Where were we? If I recall correctly, last time I played, we had just started using the fancy new furnace setup, which is working very nicely. Our processing of materials is way better now. With this advanced furnace setup and a bunch of custom controls, we were able to build the better equipment. Got nice new hard suit, better tools here. We got super cool nerd goggles that let us see through the ground. This one is for seeing our own wiring and pipes and everything we got going in our house. And then we've also got this one will let us see through the ground to see ores. So when we're mining, life is a lot easier. Huge upgrades. One more thing, I forgot to do a couple things. We should turn the pressure down for our suit. Target pressure should be way lower. Let's do a target pressure of something like 30 even. 30 or 40. We basically want to be right on the edge of not having enough oxygen, right there. So let's do 40. But 40 is going to be okay since we have pure oxygen going into our suit here, into this new hard suit, and we just want less air. Less air means less to cool. It means more efficiency when we're outside moving around in the heat. Since we're still just taking heat, the only way we cool off right now is we take air from our colder tank. We shove it into the suit. When it gets too hot, we push it into our waste tank. So our waste tank's constantly filling up with hot air, basically. And with that in mind, I'm going to open that and empty the waste tank into our little breathy room, of which we only have one. We've got one little space that's safe to take off our clothes and eat and drink and everything. And then we've got a little vacuum out there where we hang out and get our work done. Vacuum is much easier on our suit and on our resources than being outside. And outside is still pretty scary until we get a good cooling system set up. Outside is scary and deadly. Alright, so I remember last time we spent a good chunk of time programming the assembly code behind the airlock. Got that working. Found some interesting new bugs. So we've got, ooh, look at that. We got one sparkly airlock now, and we can reuse that code anywhere we want to make an airlock. That makes life easier for any sort of interaction with airlocks and doors now. We can go zoom in, just run right through. Alright. Whee! So we just walk in here, everything automatically pumps. Look at that, beautiful. Oh, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to exit Discord, I think. One thing I wanted to do, I remember the IC code here. I'm going to take a look. Let's pause this. What do we have? Let's go ahead and import the code. Edit. Pause game. Alright, so I was looking at, I think I Googled it last night. We were trying to figure out how to turn off the solar panels during the night so that they stop wasting energy. I think all the code is correct here. The only thing that I was messing up is our isDay variable wasn't working right. So isDay is not going to be the solar irradiance. That's the wrong variable. It's actually just on. The light sensor has the on value for everything in the game is usually like turn the device or on or off, but for the light sensor, the on is if the sun is on, basically. So let's try and tweak this and see what happens. This might work. I'm going to overwrite the code for my solar panels. Say confirm, export. Let's see if this works. You orient correctly? You do not. I immediately regret my decisions. I was totally wrong with everything I just said. That's perfect. That's amazing. All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I was wrong. I'm just going to code this or comment that out. Forget I said anything. That didn't happen. All right, strong start. Let's see. So for this session, I was thinking to start, we could add some more solar power. Let's get a little more solar power going. Now that we can craft the advanced solar panels that don't break at the storm. And we want to start collecting power. Maybe replace this battery. Maybe add another battery or two. I want to get cooling going if we can. And how's our suit doing? You can see it ticking up, but much slower than it used to. So it's still collecting hot air as it's cooling off our suit and just shoving air through. But we can be out during the peak of the day when it's 600 Celsius outside without getting cooked too hard. The new suit is better. Oh shit, that was wrong. We're good. This game is amazing. This game is pure assembly coding. I'd love to see coding vids. If you watch the, I only have like one episode on, but by the end of it, we were coding the solar tracking, since that's something you want pretty much immediately. These work way better when they are following the sun across the sky. Okay, so for more power, we need to, let's take a look. What do we need? Some solar panels, which I think is mostly stellite. We can add some solar panels. We could also do a, we could do, I forget what it's called. It's like a turbine or something. There's some sort of power generating dude where you can take like high pressure air, the hot air from the day, and at night we can pump that through, and the pressure differential between the hot and the cold, the high pressure hot air and the low pressure cold air out at night will generate power. So we could use that for power too. I think to start, we'll just do this guy. The tricky bits here are the astroloy. Okay, so we don't need stellite. We need astroloy to be able to do the solar panel. Let's double check. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so mostly astroloy. The electrum's pretty cheap. Copper is cheap. Steel is cheap. What does astroloy take? Astroloy is copper, steel, cobalt. Okay. We've got some cobalt. We've got no copper. We've got little steel. Okay. So we can get some copper and some steel. Maybe a little more cobalt. We're gonna need a bunch of that. Already got some electrum. Alright. Let's see, anything to wait for? Not particularly. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna use this guy. We want to keep an eye out still for bringing in, we're collecting money, basically. We want to be bringing in traders and selling stuff to them to increase our money here, since money right now is the only way that we can get water and food. We got a pretty good collection of both right now, but it's worth checking this every day. I remember we put this dude out. We were going to be giving him we're going to sell stuff to him, if I remember right. We can put together a box of things and sell it for a bit. I think that might be a little bit too much of a pain in the ass, actually. I think I might just tell that guy to leave. And we can bring in other traders. I want particularly the ore traders are the ones that we want. Those guys are super easy to make money off of. But let's go do a little farming. So we step out, see the airlock work, looks good. Tell this guy to go away. And then I was looking for mostly copper. We needed a little bit of steel, maybe a little cobalt. All right, and we have 172 liters of water in our water tank. How much in our pipes? 26. Okay, that's not an amazing amount, but it's probably like 5-10 hours of gameplay or more. As well, I wanted to take a look at this over here. I wanted to check two things. I want to check to see that we haven't damaged any of these pipes, since I think I put a ton of pressure in them by accident. Let's just open this real quick, take a look. How you doing? Is everything good? No damage? No damage. Good. Okay, well, that's shut. And I just wanted to see, we've set up the exhaust from our furnace, should be going through filters, and should be getting turned into, we should be extracting the nitrogen. I can see those are working from the looks of it. So this is where we collect our gas at 5 megapascals is when this turns on, so that's been working. And you should have nitrogen, you do. We're up to 2 megapascals. So this is like 5% full right now. That could burst if we're not careful. But this is fine. This is good. We got some nitrogen collecting. This is going to be our coolant. We're going to use this when we get some cooling going. It'll be what we use to cool off our everything, basically. That can go to like -60 without turning to liquid. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Farming time. I save in case I fuck up. We travel. Oh, and I need to fix that. Let's exit Discord. Get out of here. It's going to make that noise every time I turn on my jetpack. Alright, so we use the new nerd goggles. Get resources cheap and easy. We also have infinite propellant. And the new suit is way better for zooming around. We also set up a beacon. You can see a little light there, but more importantly, we can pull out the iPad and use the beacon to find our way home if we ever need. So I'm not afraid to just go zooming around the map looking for whatever we need. Mostly cobalt. Or sorry, mostly copper. Let's grab a bunch of that. But I'm thinking we add some solar panels and then start on the cooling. I think I might be able to get the cooling going today. Maybe be able to get it done if I'm lucky. That's a big project. That might take a few hours. We'll see. It's also going to be likely to be problematic, where we'll have to do a little debugging. Things are probably going to break. So that's okay too. I don't mind that. That's fun, but it will add time. Alright, so let's grab some of that, and then I think we're going to need some heat to be able to craft the advanced alloys. We have no way to generate heat beyond the temperature of the peak of the day. We're collecting the air at the peak of the day and the trough at night, so we've got those temperatures in infinite supply. But if we need to go higher than that, we can't, unless we go farm something that will give us some fuel in the furnace, basically. So we need to look for silver is the best, if we can get some silver. Or gold will do it as well. But we might need to collect some of that too, just to like fuel the furnace and get some cooking done. Okay, filled up one bag immediately. On to the next one. There's some silver. Comes the night. Do I have coal? I think I might need coal for the steel. Let's grab some coal too. Guess I can grab some cobalt since it's here and we need it. Alright, there's some mats. Okay, where do I live? There. This game was, they used space engineers as an inspiration a bit. They used to be able to like build spaceships and fly them around, but it doesn't really fit very well. It's not the core gameplay loop. So they kind of moved away from that over time, and I think in a good direction. This is a different game for sure than Space Engineers. Similar a bit in engineering, but that's about where the similarities stop, and I don't think that's bad at all. It is a super fun game. I think it's maybe a little closer to Oxygen Not Included, and it's still very different from Oxygen Not Included as well. Alright, let's just unload the materials we just grabbed. Okay, it's a little bit of a clusterfuck, but it's alright. So what was it again? We need steel. Steel, copper, cobalt with twice as much steel. Okay. got steel floating around if I remember right. Where? Somewhere, maybe. Might need to make some. I see no steel. Let's make some steel. Alright, we're cooking. I'm going to save. We're going to turn on our furnace. Going to empty our furnace. Then steel is just a 3-to-1 ratio of iron to coal. Let's turn off our activate switch so we don't accidentally cook plain boring iron. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. Do we have enough to get 3 here? We do. 3, 1. Okay, so that should make steel. I'm going to turn off the exhaust. We're going to add some of the hot air. This is just like the daytime air, which is hot enough to make steel, and also going to smelt everything in there. Okay. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to grab my tea. Okay, we have tea. Tea is good. Where were we? We were making steel. Okay, so now we can turn on the activate switch. Should only work when it's hot enough. Let's get rid of some of that cold air. Pump that down. Since the temperature's a little low after melting everything. Oh, and it looks like it's still melting stuff. And then we can add some of the hot air. How are we doing? Everything go through? I think everything's in there now. Let's pump it towards empty real quick. Alters sort of base building space game. Alright. I like base building space games. That's some of my favorite. I like the engineering survival games. I think this one and Oxygen Not Included are my favorites. And I'm super excited for Kitten Space Agency. That's going to be fun. Alright, so we add some heat. The activate switch is going to turn, or let this steel out as soon as it's done, which it does. Let's break that into stacks of 50. And then we can get those ready. Let's see. I think we're going to need a good amount of this. Let's do like 3 things of it. Do we have one more thing of cobalt? We do. Okay, so this is our recipe for the astraloy. What about like temperature and pressure? What do you need? You need just a little bit hotter than we can do currently. The outside air that we have collected is like 650. We need 700, so we need to bring up the temperature just a little bit, and then high pressure in particular. Okay, so if temperature is a problem, then that means we're going to want to cook the copper ahead of time to degas it and to make it just like take less, cool it off less as we're cooking basically. So let's cook the copper. That goes right through. Got the activate switch on, so it'll just drop. It's in stacks of 50. And then we can add a little bit of heat with that silver. That's why we grabbed a bunch of silver. Let's just use 1 stack of silver real quick. Should be more than enough. Okay, I will turn on the exhaust. We will empty out all the coldish air. Get that empty. Have a sip of tea. I feel like that helps immediately. Tea is good. Ginger lemon is good. Alright, we're down to very low pressure. Let's add some of the heat here, or some of the hot air. We need high pressures, like 30 megapascals, so I'm going to put a good amount in. This is probably okay. That's a start. This is, the outside air has a bunch of volatiles in it. When we add the silver here, the silver releases a bunch of oxygen, I think, or something. It releases something that will combine with the volatiles to create fuel, and that immediately combusts. You see the temperature goes way up, pressure goes up, and we can use that. I'm going to save just in case. We can use that to do the crafting on our fancy metal. I'm going to throw all this stuff in. Okay. You go. Did I throw you wrong? I hope so. Okay, temperature's still alright. Can watch all that go through. You can like barely see, but you can see it going through. Alright, that's the last one, I think. We turn on the activate switch. We add heat. Looking for 30. Okay. And then it's still smelting some stuff, I think. Yeah, you can see it's still smelting. Ooh, it's still smelting a lot. Copper there. You clear now? We good? Is the temp too low? 727, 30. So it's high enough. It's just smelting. Either we got the ratios wrong or there it is. It was just finishing off. Okay. Turn off activate. Break that. Turn that guy off. Alright, so that should be enough to make a bunch of solar panels, right? Just need some copper. We've got copper. Cook some copper. Activate, turn on, throw it in. Just go right through. Just cook all the copper. Alright. That's enough to make a bunch. Good. Make a bunch. We're gonna need solar power. More solar power the better. Alright. Any traders around? We've got the store space spanners. I don't know what this is. Let's bring them in. That one's going to take a minute. We might not have the power for it, too. It's going to drain power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoops. Accidentally stepped on the pad twice there. Hopefully we can get that done without running out of power. What else? What to do? Dance. Love to dance. We're just chilling. Okay, so we'll add a few more solar panels. Maybe another battery or two. And that is going to give us enough power to... more than power our base. But to be able to start doing some of the cooling systems, hopefully, is the idea. And then we can start working on the cooling systems. For those, we're going to need a bunch of reinforced walls. High pressure walls. I think we're going to need just some plain old foundations as well. We've got 27 steel frames with a decent amount of the steel sheets. Okay. Probably don't need many of those, but we can make some more. Doesn't hurt. Are you done yet? Contacted. Okay, come in to land, turn this off so it stops draining power, and we'll see what that guy's got to trade. Alright. And how are you doing? Have you got some solar panels for me? 1. Almost 2. Alright, guy, what are you trading? You sell garbage. I actually don't need garbage, but can I sell you things? You want to buy cake and oxygen? Nope. Those are very expensive resources right now. Will not sell. Okay, let's replace the old solar panels. These guys are essentially identical. They produce the same amount of power. Basically the same thing, except they take damage in storms, which is not good. That requires maintenance, which we've been doing every storm. We have to come up here and fix these. Duct tape them. So we'll throw those out into the abyss, where they will be inevitably destroyed by storms. And then we can plug this in. Just that way and that way. Add some glass to finish it. Okay. Alright, so same amount of power production currently, but never gonna take damage. Battery's going up. That's nice. Let's see. I'm just like expecting it to do it again. Alright, let's head in here. Let's do a little pooping and eating. Take off the helmet. Take off the hard suit. Let out the hot air. Temperature goes up. Only 2 degrees Celsius in this room since I accidentally ran the air conditioner for too long. Being too cold is an okay problem right now. Eat a little cake. Drink some water. We've got the shower debuff. The dude's been in a suit too long and he's not happy. If we can hang out outside of the suit for a moment, that's useful. Do some dance moves. Look at my clown face shadow. It's a nice clown face. It's a little spooky. I feel like it's gonna murder children or something. Big nose. Big smile, all the way up to the ears. This tea is really helping immediately. Tea is good. Just chilling. Someday we'll be able to have this room oxygenated so we can just be out of our suit whenever we're home. But we do not have a lot of air right now. How's the quality of the air, too? I think it's getting bad. Okay, we've got a little bit of pollution and volatile, so those are kind of garbage gases we should remove. CO2 is up to 70%. That's not good. It's just going up. We're just collecting all the air that we breathe. I might want to get like a filter thing. We could use a filter. We could do 2 filters. We could do one to capture garbage gas and then one to capture CO2. But we could just like capture the CO2 and hold on to it so that it doesn't clog the room up too much, cause us to stop breathing. I think as long as we have like 20 moles of oxygen, I think this is the only thing that matters. Oxygen low. So immediately I improved wrong there. Okay.
Oxygen critical.
No. You should be working.
Oxygen low.
Why isn't this working? Oh, it is working. Okay, pressure up. Let's do 50 maybe. Okay, no more problems there. Alright, so like I was just saying, that is causing a problem. We've got too much bad gas in here. Got something to do right away before it starts killing us. We need to be able to take off our helmet without and eat and drink without taking damage. Okay, no problem. Quick interruption. Let's pump that down. We can open this up. Did I send that guy away yet? I wish I had a window here so we could see. I think so. Just thinking we've still got the other dude we could bring in maybe. Oh, this guy. Fuck yeah, dude. Give me this guy. And we can't bring anyone in, which means I need to send this one away. I did send this one away. We can't bring anyone in because we haven't contacted him yet. Okay, that's fine. excavator. I'm pretty sure that's the ore dude I was talking about. So we'll bring him in, turn that off. And then what do we need here? We need an air something. Not a conditioner. Filter? It's not a filter like this, although we do need these. Gonna want one for pollutants. Then one for volatiles. That looks perfect. So I'm thinking first let's get the garbage gas out. And then let's pull some of that CO2 out of the air so we can breathe. And then what is the item that we can just throw on the ground and start pumping out bad air? Forget what that's called. I've not played this game in a while. I know it's in this thing. I've probably already gone over it. Scrubber, air scrubber. All right, for that we need a little bit of solder. Do we have any solder to spare? We have just a bit. Okay, so we'll grab one of these. Put away our tools. Maybe swap out a couple batteries. Might need another battery or two. Give me a large battery, please. We could do the nuclear batteries, too. Those are even better. Let's just do... What is this going to do? 2 large batteries? Might want 1 more large battery. Okay, here's our portable air scrubber. Throw that, and that's not a portable air scrubber. Ooh, this is 5 solar panels. That's nice to have. Here's our portable air scrubber. Grab a battery. We'll walk in here. Open this guy up. Throw the scrubber down. Alright, so this guy we just put in the filters we want to filter. Give it some power. Turn it on. Now we should see gases going down. So the volatile's getting lower and lower and lower. Right? Yep. Pollution's getting lower, so let's start by doing this. Just pull out the garbage gas. Call that good. Okay. Come on, let's go. I know you fit. I know you fit. Don't be fat. Oh!
Oxygen low.
Okay. Okay, that might be a safe scum. Unexpected. How much did we lose there? How much? How much did I lose? How bad was that? How bad? I think we only lost... It auto-saves all the time. I don't think we lost much. But we did lose a little. Lost about 2 minutes there. Brutal. Does that mean this guy still needs to get called in again? Nebula Nectars. Do we get different people now? Maybe. Alright, I'm just going to leave it in there this time. We're just going to do... We'll do the carbon dioxide. And then we'll also do pollutant, volatile. They both should get pulled out. Yeah, I'll just do volatile. Let's do the volatile. Start with that. Call it good. Alright, craft that. Remember you needed this for the scrubber. You were crafting those, and then I was going to do some batteries. And scrubber. Hello, kitty. How you doing, buddy? Kitty wants to go for a walk. Kitty sees the sun's coming up. So yeah, that was unfortunate. I think that's one of my least favorite mechanics in this game is the suit damage. It makes your suit like less effective, and it pretty much only happens in weird situations like that where it's just kind of like a buggy what the fuck. It like never happens where it feels like, oh, this is a fun problem to solve, or oh, I deserve to take some damage there. It's pretty much exclusively a what the fuck, come on type of situation, which is not my favorite. That being said, you can edit the save file, and you can just add like indestructible to items if you want to. I might do that. That's not really cheesy, I think, as much as removing an obnoxious portion of the game that doesn't. Nobody's here for suit damage. You could remove that from the game, and it's only going to get better, I think, in my opinion. It's exactly like a Liz missile. Okay. So we're swapping out the filters on this so that we can just leave it in. Let's go ahead and pull out the carbon dioxide and the volatile. You can see those going down. The pressure's dropping fast. So we'll just kind of store the CO2 in here, and then we can flip this thing and empty it whenever we want. So we'll capture all the CO2, and we'll just kind of have a little bank, more or less, so that our air doesn't get clogged and cause trouble. That's good. Turn that off. And then can we move you without taking... I'm going to save. Can we move this without taking damage? Just like over here. Can I stack you on top of the other guy now? Too heavy? That's okay. Too heavy. Alright, so now we should be able to breathe in here more or less. The pressure's getting really low. 23 kilopascals. We can increase it, but it's going to increase the... Or it's going to lower the temperature in a bad way. We can bring in that oxalite. Just throw it in here. Is my idea. Maybe in a bit. Alright, now I wanted to make big batteries. Big batteries are coming. Got some solar panels. I remember you were going to craft that, but you needed steel. Okay. I need to, like, lock the doors. I keep accidentally clicking on them. Alright, so for the solar power, we can just extend this. There's 5 extensions. There's some sheets. Okay. That is oriented correctly. And these need to be welded with glass sheets. There it is. Good, and then wired in. And they will work automatically with the program we've written. I need more cable. Need more of both cables. We're one cable short. One cable on the heavy wire, one cable on the lighter wire. Alright, here's our batteries. Might have made one too many there. Actually, can put that into this guy. There. And then throw this one into the garbage. To the garbage. You go to space. Goodbye. Alright, I needed cables. I needed one big cable. We want to make more, but I'm just going to do the one. And make these cables. Do you have any more copper? No more copper? Need the farm copper? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go out at night and try and farm some copper real quick. It's easy enough to do. Let's save just in case we do suit damage. I think I'm definitely going to want to edit the file to make my suit invincible. That's nice to just not think about or not have to save scum around. We were totally out of iron already too, I remember. It's easy to just delete resources. Lots to build. Lots to build, then you spend like an hour in the assembly programmer. I feel like generally the ratio is really good of time spent farming to time spent using the materials to do fun things. It's especially easy to farm with the current setup. So we do a little farming. Copper. Beacon's so good. So beacony. Alright, here comes the sun. We can finish, or at least make some progress, if not finish. Let's get this guy plugged in. Now these are all set up for the power side, so they'll generate power, but they're not oriented correctly. Efficiency is 0, while these are at 80 currently. Sun's coming up. All we have to do is take the wire here for the automation side and run it along, plug these in. Not gonna have enough for that quite yet. That's okay. That's why we farmed copper. Get a couple of them plugged in. Those will immediately orient. Do a couple more in a moment. I fucked this one up. Look, it's off. Upsetting. I leave you. Alright, what about vendors? Damn, we lost our chance for the ore guy with the suit damage there. That's not great. We do this one maybe? No. Maybe? No. Maybe? No. This guy, sure, but I think this is stuff we don't need, and it's a 3x3, so that's bottom tier. Alright, what about the copper? Turn stuff on. Throw some copper through. Still hot enough. We just cook it right away with no effort. There's a bunch of copper. Alright. Make cables forever. We will eat cables. 100 cables is nothing. No problem. Can't reach, my bad. Have to be closer. There it is. I was thinking we don't need cladding right now. It's clogging up the space here. Get rid of that. Alright, the cables build fast, and we don't need a ton of them. Let's get a few of these and bring them out right away. Start generating more power. What's going on here? We can bring this guy in. I mean. The other one's not so much. Turn that off. Head on out. Guy's coming in. Okay, now all of those have been fully plugged in and are generating power for us. Cool. So we should see the battery power start going up a little faster. And these are pretty deep wells, so even though it seems low, we still have more power in our battery bank here than we've ever had before. It's just not going up very fast. That'll help though. That's a lot of power, and it's all unaffected by storms. So, permanent upgrade. Alright, what's this guy buy? This guy wants food. He wants volatiles. The volatiles we can get for free from the atmosphere here, but they're too hot. We need to cool them off to like 10 to 30 C, which we'll have a lot of eventually. We don't have any of right now. Definitely don't have any cake to sell. So that guy's gotta go. Goodbye, guy. Alright. Any other vendors? I don't think so. This one, maybe. Appliances. Oh, I remember. We tried that. It's bad. That one's not gonna work. We already played with that one. Alright. What next? Power problem is basically solved. That's going to generate a lot of power over time. So what about cooling? I wanted to do some cooling. Said we need the reinforced walls, which take astraloy. I think we have a little bit to spare. Put some in here already. Used it all to make the solar panels, which is a great use. We can farm more relatively fast, but that's going to create 25. Let's just do that to get started. All right, what time it is? Is it? It's the middle of the day. Not the best time to go outside. Let's see. I'm gonna save. Let's try and add some more air to our base, our breathable section here. So we've got this ice here. We can just throw it on the floor. It's gonna melt into air. The external pressure goes up. The temperature goes down a bit. We're up now to 38 kilopascals. Not great. Do we have more ice I can throw in there? And can I turn you on from here? I can. Okay, that's nice. So I was thinking there's a little bit of gas in here. Not anymore. It's vacuum now. Good. Just want to be able to bring this out without it starting to off gas. I think 50 is probably a little much. I'm going to split it in half. Keep some of it stored. We can throw this down. Oh yeah. Pressure going up. Pressure going up with pretty much pure oxygen. That does a small amount of nitrogen. We're up to 16% nitrogen in the room. Since we breathe out the oxygen and we add carbon dioxide, the nitrogen is just going to sit there as an inert gas. And we'll kind of breathe it in and let it out, but never use it. It's going to pile up over time. Might even need to slurp some out of the atmosphere. But that's a nice buffer to have in the air here to prevent it from turning into fuel if we add any volatiles. Alright, can I breathe comfortably? What happens when I take off my hat? You gonna get upset again? No, we're cool. Cool. Let's let off the hot gas, bring up the temp a little bit, swap out the air. Okay. We can eat and drink while we're chilling. Alright, there's a bunch of oxygen. We can breathe through that. It's going to take a while. Throw those in the inventory. And what about advanced cable? Need more copper. Oh, and I should turn you off. That's a waste of power. Alright. Probably getting towards night. Not quite. Nothing to see here. Should we try a different direction? Orient it a little different. Change the angle of the satellite. See if there's any other vendors we can connect with.
Power low.
That's not good. Why? No? I'm going to turn this down. Let's turn it to like 1. Alright, cooling. Where do I want the cooling to live? Maybe like over here? Let's get it a little ways away from the main base. We could do a cooling setup like over here, perhaps. Alright. I think this should do. Out of batteries. About out of sheets anyway. Alright, anything to see here? Interstellar inhalants. Ingots. Ingots are good. If I could do ingots, that would be nice. Let's up the power. Alright. Sheets. Do we have any more steel? Just a bit. That'll do. It's like 100 sheets. It's exactly 100 sheets. Alright, what about you? Can I bring you in? You are at 169 out of 5,000. Uh-oh. I think 5,000 is like the limit, right? What does the medium solar panel do? Or a satellite dish? What's the maximum? Do you tell me the maximum for power? How much power can you send? I forget. Whew. I'm fighting myself here. It can go up to like 1,000 watts. We need 5,000 watts to hit, though. That thing has to be pointed pretty perfectly. And it's going to be slurping power. Alright, let's maybe try. Let's see. So this is 74 degrees. What if I do left? Does it go up or down? '74 turns to 71. Just go a couple more degrees. It's just moving. Satellite's rotating. When it stops, it'll try and look. 58 now. Getting better. It's working. Turn up the power a little if we want it to go faster. Okay, I think that'll work. Ooh. Alright, how are we doing? Super angry on the hygiene. That's not good. Can fix that in a moment. Too much time in suit. When the hygiene's bad, gotta take off the suit somewhere safe to bring the hygiene down. Otherwise, they start flying through the food and water. You can see it's not happy. In a room apparently brings it up. That's nice. Alright, we got this guy in. Good. Turn this off. Save power. Excuse me. Alright, so I'm thinking this is the base for our cooling station. We'll have some big reinforced walls, make a little chamber here. Or like a series of 5 chambers. Where we'll cool off the air. Or cool off the polluted liquid through every chamber. Alright, this guy is the one we want more than anyone. He buys all sorts of ore. This is easy for us to get. We can go out and do some farming and just fill him up. So I'm going to keep this guy. He's going to stay around for a bit. And that's going to be how we make some money. And then once we send him away, we can purchase a bunch of water. That's the idea. That's a good find. Power's still going up. Alright, let's deal with seed things. Guy's not happy. Take suit off. Ooh, storm just started. Good timing. Okay, I'm gonna chill in the corner for just a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Ads are coming. Oh, boo boo boo. I am back. Alright, debuffs are gone. Dude's doing okay now. He's got air. He's got food. He's got water. He's happy. Still 3C. That room is still very cold. Melting ice in it. Didn't help a ton. Alright, where were we? Doing some things and some stuff. Let's see. So we need to build those chambers out there. And then we're going to need to build a collection system to collect the air from outside during the night in exactly the same way. In fact, we're using the code that we were using over here to collect the cold air at night. We'll collect the cold air at night again over here. And we'll use that to generate polluted liquid. That is the dream. Fill up the backpack. Turn that back off. Where were we? You were late. You did miss chopper time. There was some good rounds today. I had a good time. Got about 4 hours of helicopter in. It was pretty good. I've been waking up at like midnight lately. It's a very odd time to be waking up. So streaming it in not the best time for most people, I imagine. It's European stream, I guess. Technically European stream or something. All right. Let's start working on that. What do we need? We need an icy chip, which needs gold, which needs to be cooked. Gold, go through. Yeah, I have trouble not doing the rotating sleep schedule. I was saying that earlier. But if I have nothing that like forces me to stay up or forces me to wake up, then I can't fall asleep till I fall asleep. And then I will sleep as long as I want to sleep, which ends up in not having 24-hour days. It ends up being more like 24 and a half or maybe 25 max. I like that too though. Just in general, it's nice to stay up until you're tired and can fall asleep easily. And then sleep as long as you want. I love sleeping too. I'm a big sleeper. I sleep for like 9 hours on a good night. That's pretty ideal for feeling good. Alright, there's an IC chip. We're going to need an IC housing to house the chip. We're going to need to program the thing in a second. It's going to need to plug into something. We're going to want to have a big tank. So we need like 5 of these, which is going to mean more silicon, more steel. Do we have those? Silicon. Steel? Silver. Iron. No steel. Can make some steel. All right. Whew. Let's do some quick farming. Go. Fighting the air. Getting bullied by the air. Shoves you around. You delete the stone, and then it makes a void, and then the air goes flying into the void, and then you go flying like a kite on the wind. In Venus, where the atmosphere is super thick, that's a common cause of suit damage. You'll be mining and then just get slapped into the wall. Feels bad. Just getting mostly steel here. Bunch of coal and iron. There. I've played No Man's Sky. I've played a lot of that. That one, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of fun, but it's kind of not. It's just not that interesting. It feels mostly grindy. Like the exploration isn't very interesting. Pretty quickly, it'll be like, what is it? What's the Bethesda game that everybody hates? The Starman game? Starborn. Starborn. What's that one called? I played the fuck out of that game. How can I not remember? Starfield. I'm pretty sure. 80% sure. Anyway, Starfield, common complaint, something you'll notice pretty quickly, is it just starts feeling kind of like copy-paste for a lot of the game. Definitely, that one feels copy-paste in a even worse way. Why can't I? Oh, your iron. I see. I don't know if I'd recommend it. It's pretty okay. It's probably worth one playthrough. But I feel like I've gotten really far and I have no incentive to go any further or to replay. Like, the base building isn't super interesting. I feel bad saying all that. The devs have done a good job of improving the game and adding content and whatnot, just like the game itself. I'm not sure. I'm more of a engineering problem-solving type gamer as well. And there wasn't a lot of opportunity for that there. Maybe just not for me. Maybe other people would have a lot of fun with it. Alright, let's do the collection towards here. Can't even do that. Can't drive into a black hole even if you wanna. Where's this? Can I go into there? Let's swap these. All right, I think I need to take a break actually. I'm having fun. We're only like halfway through this session. There's definitely more I want to do. But I've been feeling pretty physically ill, and it feels like it's getting worse. I could feel myself like vomit sweats. It's getting really distracting. I think I have to pause this session. I think I have to pause it and resume maybe tomorrow. Sorry about that. That feels bad. I'm having a good time. I'd love to finish doing the cooling, but that's going to need to take a break. Alright, I'm back. I'm feeling much better. Feeling much better today. Day 5, part 2, we were working on getting cooling going. Base is in a pretty good spot. Let's see. What do we need for cooling? I was making some chips and some things and some stuff. So we're going to start here. We're starting with a cooling station out there. We're going to throw down some chambers where we're going to be collecting just pollution, liquid pollution, and then evaporating it in a series of chambers to cool it off down to ideally -60 or so. At which point we can use that to cool off our everything, and that'll allow us to move into a later game. So that sounds good. Before I do that, I was thinking last night, there's one thing I want to do here. I want to tweak our code on the airlock. I just want to lock our doors. I want to idiot-proof this. I've had a couple times now where I start walking through this and start clicking buttons without thinking about it. And that's a good opportunity for me to break something. So let's just do a quick tweak to our code here that we've got for our IC chip. In our, let's put that back actually, you can go there. Do this, shut that door, pump to vacuum, that opens. Let's change this airlock code really quickly. We're gonna throw this in, import, edit, and the only thing I wanna do here, this assembly code is all working perfectly. This was like episode 4, I think, that we did this. And I've been posting them, I think episode 1 and 2 are up on YouTube right now, if you wanna watch from the beginning. But I just wanna lock doors. Did we already do this? Oh, I already did do this. I thought I already idiot-proofed this, but it's not quite working. I wonder why the lock command isn't working. We're taking the interior door, we're taking the exterior door, we're locking them so that just to prevent me from accidentally breaking things. Is it that they unlock after they open and close? What happens if I move this code here? As part of our loop, let's make sure that we always lock the doors. Does this matter? I put you here. I save just in case. Okay, so this is locked. Good. It might have already been working fine before, actually. Okay, so we're going to start with unnecessary nothings. No problem. I'm going to save this just in case it matters. This is our airlock code. We'll overwrite it. Alright, so I was working on... Let's collect some air and stuff. For that, we're going to need a large... air container guy, just like the ones we have outside. We're going to do something basically identical. So the same logic that we're using to collect the cold air during the night, which you can see happening right there, it's pulling in that air. We're going to use that same logic, and you can see it's squirting out some pollution. That little puddle there is the pollution that's squirting out. And instead of just dumping that to keep the air in the tubes, this is actually the whole purpose of collecting the air, is we're going to collect that polluted liquid, and we're going to squirt it into a liquid storage container. So let's start with that. For that, we're going to need some insulated tanks, which we need more steel for. Okay. So we can start with some steel, perhaps. Let's just clean up our inventory, put things away. Alright, looking better. Steel. What do we need for steel? Do we need anything for steel? If we're already in a pretty good spot, we can do a couple things of steel real fast. Okay, let's just do 2 quick stacks of steel. I'm going to save just in case we mess up. Turn on the advanced furnace here. This was episode 3, making an advanced furnace. Advanced furnace is killing it. It's carrying us into the middle and late game. So we'll throw in all of this iron, and then 2 stacks of coal to get the correct 3-to-1 ratio. We've already got a bunch of heat in there with a high pressure, so that stuff should cook. It's not going to be high enough to finish, but it'll get us started. Do a little cleanup here. We're gonna need a bunch of cables too. Give me some cables. Make those forever, please. Fill up the jetpack real quick. Alright, how you doing? Is everything in there yet? Do I see anything else in the tubes? Nope, pipes are clear. So I think we just need to increase the temperature. So I will open up the exhaust port. That's going to pump out all the air. Pressure goes down. And then we'll add some of the hot air from the daytime collection tank over there. Temperature goes up. Do the activate switch. Steel comes out. Turn that off. Deactivate. Did that not work? Oh, that's right there. Break that into chunks. Okay, so we got some steel now. Steel, go here. Give me some insulated tanks. We're gonna need one insulated liquid tank. Give me an insulated liquid tank. Out of batteries on our light. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Got an IC housing for doing the IC work in a second. Gonna need to program a new chip out there to collect air. Give me just like one of these is good. Okay, there's our insulated tank there. Do we have insulated pipes? One. We need a few insulated pipes, not a ton, but give me more. Alright, how are we doing? Good on food and water. Hello, kitty. I know you're hungry. You usually get blooped at 6 a.m. That's like 30 minutes from now. We'll see if Jimmy wakes up to bloop you. Alright, let's start some insulated tanks. That's going to make 4-ish, which I think is perfect. Okay. Got a couple of these. Throw that into there. What about mats and stuff? Oh, shit, I got a bunch of mats on me. Alright, well, I remember this guy wanted to buy some stuff and some things. So let's maybe sell him some stuff and some things. Oh yeah, this guy's got lots of money for us. If I want to farm all that, we'll get tons and tons of money. I don't know if I do, that's gonna be a lot. And we can also, can we buy some stellite from this, or some oxalite? I don't think so. I was hoping to get some more air from this dude, but it doesn't look like that's an option. That's okay. All right. So we'll do air collection over here. We're gonna have, let's see, we'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is gonna be the chambers of cooling. And then over here, we can do some air collection. We're gonna get the air from the nighttime. We're gonna put it into high pressure so that it becomes liquid pollutant, or that liquid pollutant will condense and come out. And then we will capture it into this tank. That's the dream. Do we need mats or anything? Should I do some farming for some mats or something? Couldn't hurt, but the sun is coming up. Probably not the best time to go out, even with fancy new suit. Grab some stuff. Probably makes sense to look at what that guy's paying the most for and mostly get that. It might be worth farming for pretty much everything that we can sell to him. He's going to be, this is the vendor we were looking for the good source of income. And we need money. We need to buy water in particular. We still have a pretty low supply of water. We're not at all sustainable. We cannot produce our own water yet. We cannot produce our own air yet. We cannot produce our own cooling so much. We can kind of produce our own cooling. We're taking the water and we're using an air conditioner to put all the heat, to just move it into the water. But that's not a great solution. It'll work okay-ish, but it's like manual. We can't really get any heat production going. I'm deliberately not doing any sort of like grow lights so that we can make our own oxygen. We're avoiding that because we just don't want to add heat to the system until we can actually regulate the temperature a little better rather than having to manually do stuff. If we turn on grow lights, we're probably going to be raising the temperature in that room by a couple degrees Celsius every day or more. So that's going to be something we need to pay attention to and have the possibility of causing trouble. So just playing it safe for now, progressing slowly. Got to get that cooling station done, and that'll really allow us to start to expand and move towards sustainability in particular. Get some complete loops going where we can actually produce everything we need. We'll get the cooling done, and then we'll use the cold air capture at night and just pull directly off of that to filter out some, we'll filter out into 2 tanks, carbon dioxide and the volatiles. We'll cool those off down to maybe like 20 Celsius, 25 Celsius, something like that. And then we can use that cold carbon dioxide to put into our greenhouses to feed our plants, convert that into oxygen. We can take the oxygen that comes off of the plants once we have an excess amount, combine that with the cold volatiles to make cold fuel at like 30 C or less. And that cold fuel we can use in our furnaces, but more important, we'll use it for, that's how you generate water. You plug fuel into, I don't know, a water machine, water rectangle, and then that'll complete the loop. The water goes to the plants generate the oxygen makes the fuel makes the water. It's a complicated system. It requires a lot of cooling. But that's the plan. That's what we're gonna do. We're out during the peak of the day here. This is probably not a great idea. Probably should still be minimizing the time we're spending out, even though we have the fancy hard suit now. Alright. Where do I live? I love you, kitty. I'm not feeding you, even if you're cute and baggy. He's so cute and so baggy. He's just hungry all the time. The hungriest cat who's ever lived. Alright, I'm pretty sure this can all be consumed. If we do too much, then we can just pop it out. Take whatever he doesn't want to buy. Put it on a shelf. Let's throw in some mats. Okay, that's money. Did you make the things? You did. Okay, so now we have enough to make 1 big tank. And then we have the water tank already. We're going to need to do... what is it, a drain? No, I think it's a liquid... It's like a valve, I want to say. That's what we're looking for. Not a digital valve. Liquid pipe valve. Let's try this and take a look. Is this the one I want? Do you have different options here? We're looking for a condenser. No, 2 options. Neither of them are correct. Just valve and one-way valve. Okay, don't want that, but we can just store that in here. Looking for condensation. Liquid. I don't think it's a drain, but we will need drains. Let's try and make one of these and see what that looks like. Do we have an option here? No. We got this drain is just going to squirt into the environment. That's not what we want. Inlet, we do not want. Outlet, we do not want. Okay, so none of these are right. Oh, I think it's a pipe valve, actually. Let's take a look at the pipe valve. One-way gas condensation valve. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Got it. Throw that into the air container we have. Oranges for air, because color coding helps. Let's get a few of these. Probably want 4 or 5 of them to throw down at once. Okay. And then we're going to need some transformers. Probably a good chunk of those. Wants gold for that. Gold is easy. Should just go right through. There it is. Alright, give me a couple of those. We're going to need a bunch of them. And at least one right now. Okay. What else? How are we on insulated pipes? 13 is not amazing. We're definitely going to need the powered vent. The big vent. This one. Which needs some electrum, and then it's good to go. And we're actually going to need a bunch of those. We're going to need at least like one in every one of our chambers. So let's get that going. How's the sun? Getting towards the end of the day. I'm going to walk in here real quick. Let's manage the dude. Take off the clothes. Put this away. Alright, so we can help this guy fix his air. Dump the hot air into the environment here. Up to 5C, still too cold after accidentally running the air conditioner for way too long. Eat and drink. Okay. Just chilling. Nothing else to do in here, I think. Right back out. Temp going down. Good time to go outside. Alright, what can we sell to you? Sell as much as we can of everything we got. Got none of that. Just collecting money. Looks like cobalt is the expensive one. Already gave him half of what he wants. A little bit of silver maybe. Up to already 1,800. That's a lot of money. And how's our water supply looking? This has almost killed me a couple times. This is the biggest scare right now in the early game. 168 liters still. Doing good there. Okay. Good. Alright. How about the general chambers? Chambers are going to be, let's say this is the center. So this 1, 2 right over here will be the first chamber. Let's make it too high. Okay, something like that'll do. So we're making these are reinforced windows. They are going to handle much higher pressure. This is where we'll put the high pressure air, since the pollution is going to be very high pressure. If we do normal walls, it's just going to blow out the walls. So we do reinforced walls. And then I think I actually need to make like a liquid storage tank down below, which isn't a very big issue. But I think the liquid, if liquid goes up to like, let's say this level, it's going to do too much pressure and blow out the windows. So I think we want to have like a reserve down below. At least in the past when I've done this, it was unfortunate that the reinforced walls were enough to handle the high pressure of the air in what we're about to do, but they weren't enough to handle the high pressure of the liquid. So we'll probably have to make some wells, but we can at least start. Let's get the capture going, and then start with like one chamber at least, and then go from there. And we're just gonna make. So the plan here is we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chambers. And if we take a quick look at pollution, polluted, no, liquid pollution, pollution, pollutant, pollutant. Okay. Go down to Celsius. So basically the idea here is that we are going to have 5 chambers. And the first chamber will keep a pressure of, let's say, something like this. At, okay, I guess this deserves a little bit of explaining, I suppose. So right here, if we take a look, if you just like mouse over the state here of the liquids, you can see that depending on the pressure you keep a liquid in, the temperature will go down. If you have, so if you keep the pressure at like 5639 here, then your temperature is going to be 141 Celsius. So we're going to be pumping in liquid that's about near this cap, like right at the edge of turning from a gas to a liquid, coming from the outside. It's going to be really hot. So this first chamber is going to have a pretty high pressure. And as the liquid's going to come in, it's going to evaporate, and then we're going to pump it out to this pressure until we achieve like this state, basically, where we have a pretty high pressure and a pretty high temperature. And then we're going to take that liquid, which is cooled off just a teeny bit, and we're going to pump it one chamber to the right. And when we do that, that next chamber is going to go down, the pressure is going to be down by like 1,000. We're going to pull it down to, let's say, maybe 5,000 or so. And the temperature there is going to be 104. So we will take the liquid's going to pump over, it's going to evaporate and cool off, and then we're going to pump that air out. And when we pump it out, the liquid is going to go from the hot chamber to colder, to colder, to colder, to colder. The air, as we're pumping it out, is going to go from the cold chamber to the warmer, to the warmer, to the warmer, to the warmer. So we'll take that cold-ish air and we'll pump it this way and kind of do, we'll be passing the heat back through and like kind of keeping some of that cold. You don't want to just dump it out in the environment. You actually want to pass it back through because it's going to cool off the previous chambers as it moves. So cold will move right. Cold liquid is going to move right. It's going to evaporate, and then we'll take that air from the evaporation, pump it left, and then just dump it out in space at the very end of the last chamber. That's what we're going to be doing. So if we do that correctly, let's say if we go down, we've got like 5,000, 5 chambers, we can go down by like 1,000 pascals every chamber, something like that. Get down to the bottom end here of like 2,000 pascals maybe. And then a temperature you can see goes down to like negative 84 Celsius. So if we do this right, then we can get all the way down to like negative 80 Celsius with just a series of evaporative chambers. If we tried to do it all in like the first chamber, it's not going to quite work. Like let's say we wanted to pump the pressure down to 2,000. It's going to pump in, the water's going to come in at way too hot. The liquid's going to come in at like 140, and then it'll evaporate, and we'll shove it out. Did I not? I did change the game category, didn't I? Oh, it's not working. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. I could see in OBS it was changed, but it like didn't stick. I had to do it again. Thank you very much, Couscous. Sorry about that. I did that earlier. I was streaming Battlefield while I played Stationeers for like 3 hours. That's an OBS bug. I'm not sure why it does that, but thank you for letting me know. It should be fixed now. Let me know if it's not, please. Okay. What was I saying? So if we pump in the liquid and then we try and like keep the pressure down too low, then it's just not going to work. The liquid's coming in too hot. It'll cool off a bit. Maybe we'll be able to achieve something like 130, but eventually the liquid coming in is just too hot to be able to evaporate it enough to bring it down to where we want. So having chambers like this and passing the cold right and the hot left is, Kitty, you big beautiful fuck. I'm not feeding you. Don't bite my toes. Don't bite my toes. My toes are not food. They look like food, but they're not. What was I saying? I'm very distracted. Yes, so we can't do this in one chamber. We want to do it in a few. Okay. Hopefully that's making a little bit of sense. Let's see. What else do we need to explain here? Let's get paint in. It's time for some paint. Do I have a dump tool? Dump. Can I get a better color? That's better. How about a nice purple? Not dark enough. Oh yeah. That's a nice purple. And maybe a nice bright yellow. Ugly. All right. So let's say let's just do some, we're going to do some nerd shit here. Let's get a little nerdy. Let's say over here we have temp. And down here we have energy. Like we're adding with a J. Energy with a J. Energy. Fucking brains. Okay, so we have temp and we have energy. Let's use like water as an example. So let's say right here is 0 degrees Celsius. Right here is -1 degree Celsius. And up here is positive 1 degree Celsius. All right. So let's say this is our temperature axis from -1 to 1. And let's say energy. This is just adding joules. I don't know. I'm going to throw out arbitrary 1J, 2J. This is not at all correct. But the idea here is this bottom axis is adding energy to some water. Okay. So if you are, let's say you have some ice and it is at -1 degree Celsius and you add energy to it, you would expect that the temperature just goes up and then goes up and then goes up. And the human intuition is that it would just keep going. And then like right here, this is where it would convert from ice into water. It would melt into water and then it would keep going, right? The intuition is that it just goes like this. That's kind of what you'd expect to happen. But that's not how it actually works. The process of state changing between ice and liquid, or between a liquid and a gas, condensation, evaporation, freezing, those take a huge amount of energy to do. So it will actually go up and up and up and up. And then when the ice hits 0, now it needs to state change into water. So it will like level out. It'll just eat energy for a huge amount of time as it does that conversion from ice into liquid. And then it'll resume once it turns into liquid. It'll keep going right here. So this chunk right here in that state change, this is what we're looking to utilize. And this is tremendous. If you take water as an example, water is a pretty extreme example. Water absorbs absurd amounts of energy. The state change right here between going from 0C water into 0C liquid. Sorry, the state change from here is 0C ice into 0C liquid. This amount of energy is enough energy to heat the 0C liquid to 80C. 80 degrees, almost from freezing to boiling, just from doing that state change from ice into liquid. That's why like if you take a glass of soda and fill it to the brim with ice and go put it out in the sun, it stays perfect at the ice temperature. It stays perfect at 0C until all of the ice melts, and then the temperature starts rising rapidly. So this state change captures a tremendous amount of energy. And this is true not only for ice turning into liquid, but it's also true for condensation and evaporation. Think about like evaporation of water on your skin. That's going to cool you off, right? That absorbs, endothermic? It absorbs a bunch of energy from the surrounding in order to make that transition, and it cools you off. And that's kind of like, that's human superpower. That's how we can run forever, is we sweat, we put water on our skin, it evaporates, and then you can cool off and stay alive and move longer and that sort of thing. That's also why like humidity is so important when it comes to how comfortable you are. If it is extremely humid out, then you can't have any evaporation to cool off, and you just don't, you lose that effect all of a sudden, and it gets really dangerous for humans really quickly. So we're going to be using this state change in order to do all our heating and cooling. And the key with this is when it condenses, that's going to be making heat. That'll be putting heat into our environment. When it evaporates, then it's going to be making cold, basically. It'll be sucking in energy and cooling it off. So that's what we're looking to do here. We're going to be taking liquid, we're going to condense it on the outside where the heat doesn't really matter. We're going to come in with some liquid that is pretty hot, and then we're just going to evaporate and evaporate and evaporate. And the key is that we don't want to do any condensation in our chambers. We want to just be doing pure evaporation, step by step by step. All the condensation is at the very beginning when we're creating liquid, and then the very end when we're shoving the gas out the end of the pipes. That's where the end condensation will be too. And then that heat will be going into just our surrounding environment, not into our cold chambers. So we're using the power of those state changes and how much energy they take in order to provide a huge amount of cooling through evaporation. That's what we're going to be doing here. Does that make sense? Maybe. I imagine one or two of you, at least. Hopefully everybody, but maybe not. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to take this guy. We're going to throw it down somewhere. I don't like this already. Let's make a little more space before we build. What? Yes. If you have a question that's more specific than what, I might be able to help. But I am not a physicist as well. Alright, so let's just make some more surface area here. I'm out of steel frames. That's okay. How about this? That'll do. Give me a wrench. What is this game? What even is this game? Am I right, lol? This is Stationeers. It's a engineering survival game where you do all sorts of survivey things. I've been uploading it to YouTube. We've got one or two videos there if you want to watch from the very beginning. I do a little bit of better explanation. This is going to be on YouTube someday too, maybe, unless I get real lazy with it. Nah, I'm gonna put this on YouTube. I'm gonna do it unless I don't, but I'm gonna do it. Okay, so we will collect air from the outside. We're just going to do some big vents to shove air into this big tank. The big tank is going to, once it gets to a high enough pressure, it's going to force condensation on that polluted liquid. The polluted liquid, or the liquid pollution, is then going to go through these condensation chambers here. This is just like a one-way valve, which will take liquid from any liquid building up in this area, is going to get squirted out into the pipes right here. So this is going to be how we collect our liquid. We're just going to squirt it out and catch it into our big storage container here. And that's all we need to get started. Pretty simple. And we can basically reuse all the logic we have, or a big chunk of it, to get that working. Alright. Cool. What do we need? Stuff. I need sheets, steel sheets. Did you make steel sheets? I remember making shitloads of steel sheets. Yes. No. What? More. Okay, we got steel sheets. We've got the vents. 5. That's too many, probably. Probably only want 1 or 2. What else do we need? Insulated pipes we're running low on already. We're going to need a lot of those. So make me a bunch of insulated pipes. Boom. Alright, do we have any more of... no. I was looking for more of the reinforced walls. We don't have any of those. What else do we need? You guys are busy crafting things. I'll let you keep crafting things. Oh shit, I made a bunch of these. We made too many vents. But I guess we're gonna need them, and every chamber is gonna have at least one, so that's okay. Where's helicopter? Helicopter will come. I did like 3 hours of helicopter earlier. I posted a couple videos of helicopter on YouTube recently. I'll do more helicopters later today, maybe. I'm currently not a helicopter. If you look closely, you'll notice that this is actually not what helicopters look like. Sometimes I do other things. Sometimes I even get out of this chair and I go outside and the sun burns my eyes and I go inside very quickly. It's usually how that goes. There's too much sun. World is too bright. Alright. Let's see. What else do we want here? We're gonna need some programming. Programming is good. We could do the logic wherever. This is fine. Throw a chip in it. We'll give you some programming in a minute. Gonna need a transformer. Max the power on it. And then that's gonna need to plug straight into our main line of power. It's like satisfactory. No. I like satisfactory. I wouldn't call this satisfactory. Where's my main line of power? Nerd goggles, what do you see? Here's the main line, goes over here, goes down here. Ooh, I'm just gonna run through the ceiling that way, should be okay. Just move the heavy watt through the roof. Okay, that can come down. Did we get the game right? Does it say Battlefield still? I hope it doesn't say Battlefield still. It shouldn't say Battlefield still, but it might say Battlefield still. Space stationers, yes. Okay, looking good. What about any floorboards? Don't have any. Okay, we still have some reinforced windows we can throw down. Let's get a couple more of those. Okay, and these need what? How do I build these? What do you need? Is it just straight into this guy, or do you need plastic sheets? Okay. Gonna need more plastic sheets, and you use stellite, right? Or the fancy windows. What's this called? Stellite glass sheets. Yeah, stellite. Alright, so these are just high pressure windows. This would actually work better with less possibility of breaking if we didn't use windows. It'd also be a hell of a lot cheaper. I want to be able to see things condensing and evaporating. It's fun to watch. So we're going to use windows here. All right, what else? We need to do power for our stuff and our things. Let's get this guy plugged in. This will come off of here. Okay. Alright, so we'll take power. Every one of these chambers is going to have its own transformer. And have its own line of power. Just so that we can... it'll make the programming easier when we're rotating between all of the various things. They're all basically going to be a copy-paste, the same exact program. Yeah, all copy-paste, same exact program, doing the same thing with very slightly different pressures that they're looking for. That's all they're going to do. Okay. Progress. What else do we need? We need to pump air. Let's do the big vents for this one. Okay. And let's do it this way is okay. Or are they that expensive? They're very expensive. Let's do like 2 or 3 of these. Let's start with that, so okay. Where did I put my thing? Immediately lost the thing. What's it called? The wire clipper guy? Where's my wire clipper boy? Probably in a bag somewhere. Yep. Whoops. Game is hard, lots of buttons. Okay, that's plugged in. What do you need to function? How do I finish crafting you? Screwdriver and electronic parts. I don't think I have those. Okay. Electronic parts. Needs copper. That's only going to make a couple. Needs iron. Get rid of the cold air. Add some heat. There it is. Throw that in. Alright. That's going to make way too many, but I don't know if that's a problem. Probably use all of those eventually. These go here. This goes here. We're going to want more frames. Make me some steel frames. Going to need more steel for that. Then my batteries were low on a couple things, I think. Craft that. Let's even do more. Just gonna have to dump some resources into building this thing. It'll take a minute or two. Swap out the battery. This guy was dead. Nope. This guy was dead. Nope. This guy was dead. Yep. Swap out the battery. Okay. Let that craft for a minute. I'm starting to get the suit debuff. Oops, wrong button. Gotta get out of the suit for a second. Gonna get out of the suit. I'm gonna do some human things. I'm gonna use the bathroom and grab a drink. I'll be back in just 1 second. I'm gonna run some ads too. I'm back and I'm alive and I have more tea. I love tea. Big T guy. Alright, I can eat and drink while we're here just cuz. Got rid of the debuff. Okay, back out. Alright. What else do we need? We're gonna need a digital valve. Yep. Yep. One of those. Just one. We're gonna need plastic, right? Which is plastic here. That's not a ton. Do we have any more silicon? Kinda. Gotta cook it. No problem. This guy wants to buy stuff. Let's sell him some stuff. That's not much stuff. There's our digital valve. Plastic is coming. We can add more in a minute. Let's get rid of that cold air. Got our activate switch on. So that as soon as it's ready, it will craft and add some heat. Break that apart too if we want. Alright, it is nighttime. Do you not work without power? Alright, that should make like 100 plastic thingies. Progress. Okay. I'm gonna save. Let's go out and do a little bit more farming. What do we need? Steel, iron. We're gonna need stellite eventually. I don't know if we need stellite right now, though. Zoom! This spacesuit's so much better. Nice to have propellant. Getting comfy. We're becoming a strong spaceman. I'm no longer almost dying all the time. Unless we run out of water. In which case I'll be almost dying. What does stellite take? Stellite is silver, silicon, cobalt. We got a lot of silver. Okay. So silicon, silver, cobalt. Need silicon, cobalt. Get nickel to sell to the dude. Did you want gold? I don't even remember. This isn't gold. It's copper. You wanted copper. You wanted hundreds and hundreds of copper. It's pretty easy to get. Okay, that's a start. Still haven't got the things we really need. Cobalt, silicon. I think we're gonna need a little more steel too. Got some iron. Could grab some coal. lights just flashed. It's odd. Lose electricity for a moment or something. Ghosts? Could be ghosts. Maybe it's ghosts. Alright, there's some mats. What did you want to buy? Small amount of gold. Large amount of everything else. 100 cobalt. Not my favorite to delete resources like this. But we need the money. Money is water. Water is not dying immediately. Should give him everything, basically. In fact, I am going to give him exactly everything. Plastic.
Jetpack
Oh, whoa.
critical.
Whoa! What was that? What the fuck? I was just supposed to move the plastic sheets. Moved like everything. Interesting. I think that was a misclick on my part. New mechanics I'm learning. I think it's shift drag or control drag. Looks like they do different things. Anyway, doesn't matter. Easy fix. Where are we? What's happening? Sell stuff? What's going on with the atmosphere in here? Why do we have atmosphere? Oxygen and NO2. Fuck. I messed up, didn't I? That should be going this way. That's bad. With a good amount of pressure. Okay, so I think I messed up just moving between the airlocks and accidentally dumped some of our breathing air into this room. That feels bad. That's good motivation for using the airlock code to idiot-proof it so that we just walk through. I'm hesitant to set up our airlock here because of all the loose stuff. If it touches any of the pads, then it'll cause trouble. We can just turn that on. That's going to move some air for us. Then I'll just leave that running while I move. We'll dump a small amount of oxygen out in this area. That's not great. That means like a whole 1x1 room full of breathable air we just kind of dumped in there. And I definitely let some of that out into the environment. Not amazing. Alright, I'll sell this guy whatever we can. Not a ton. He wants 200 silver. That's a thing we can do. Let's say 200 silver. I should get lead because it's high price and it's easy to find. Let's grab some lead. 200 lead, 200 silver. And that's probably good. Okay, I'm gonna look for that now. Let's save in case something goes funny. Looking for lead. I want 200 copper as well. We can grab that easy. It's about time to send this guy away. Collected a bunch of money from him. Don't have to get all of it. That's enough water for a long time. And I want to do crafting more than selling him resources. Do one more little farming session to pay the bills here. Alright. There's 200 of that. that's silver. We already have a ton of silver. We can grab some more. Silver is our fuel for our furnace as well when we're doing high temperature things. Might as well grab some more. 200 silver. I immediately love this song. Oh, I've heard this song. I do love this song. Temperature's rising, almost to the peak of the day. Time to go inside. As well, being outside like this stresses the dude out more. He's already got the shower debuff. Does not like being out in the wild. That's fair. It's a dangerous world. Alright, what were we doing? Selling things to the guy. He wanted 400 silver. There's 400 silver. He wanted a bunch of copper. We just grabbed some copper. Let's do that too. Might as well. He wanted some silicon. You can sell that. And then he wanted a bunch of copper. Oh yeah, and he wanted 200 lead. Okay. How's that? What about anything else? I don't think so. Let's get rid of some of these. Oh shit. Interesting. So control does everything. That's actually very useful. Then I can do control drag. Oops. Control drag should do all of it. Nice. One click. That's a good function. Thank you, devs. Love these devs. Oh, and actually come to think of it, this airlock is set up nicely so that we didn't leak any air. We had some air in our vacuum area, but this is a two-way airlock, so it actually pumped a vacuum before it lets us out. We've wasted no air. No air exited the base. That's good. Glad to realize that. Alright, let's sell what we can. Okay. And that is good. Alright, so we're up to 4,000 now. That's great. Tell him to depart. Head back home. Alright. Back into our base. Turn that vent off. 8C. Gotta deal with this dude's debuffs. He's not having a good time. Reload everything, throw that out. Alright, we have to get rid of this debuff, so we need to stay in here for a minute. This could be a good time to do a little programming until that debuff is gone. Let's do a little programming. Let's think about what we're doing for our air collection on the outside. Let me check our ads. Snooze. No ads. Snooze ads. Okay, so instead of pausing, we'll just let the clock run until this debuff's gone, and then we can pause if we want. Alright, let's open up the code for our air gathering. That is the Atmo collector. Gonna overwrite the code we have loaded. We're gonna have something pretty similar to what we were doing for the atmosphere collection. So this is collecting both night and day. As well, I was thinking about it. The logic here I don't like. This is working. Where the logic here, what we do is we hard code it to 1, and then we set it to 0 if the conditions are wrong. But it's just like it's a bit of a brain fuck. It's a lot to chew on when it's written in this way. I was thinking this is a good time to actually use the registers as a temporary value, and to just make like 2 clauses and then and them together. So let's clean that code up later in just a second. But let's chop this apart. We're going to reuse a lot of this code, not all of it. I'm going to break it down to just the things that we need, which is the tank pressure. We need tank pressure. We need the, let's see, let's just start with the variables. What do we got? We don't have a hot tank now. We just have a tank. There's only one tank. There's no vents we're using. We do need the gas sensor. This is the air. We got a, what is it? Air tank and alias D liquid tank. Okay. So we've got the air tank. We've got the liquid tank. And we'll use these guys to, we can pause now. Our debuff's already gone. We'll use the air tank and the liquid tank. We'll keep track of the pressure in the air tank, keep track of the pressure in the liquid tank, and use those to run our program. We're also going to need our valve, alias D valve. Let's call it release valve. Going to be D2. Change that to D3. So we'll have an air release valve. If our pressure is too high, I don't think we'll need that logic. But what I am thinking is during the day, we could let air out. And then during the night, we'll pump stuff in. And that way, so in exactly the same way that like the suit, when you pump air into it, if you don't have a filter for the gas that you're looking to get rid of, it will like build up until you eventually suffocate. The same thing will happen here. If we keep it near max pressure and we're pumping in carbon dioxide, volatiles, and pollution, all of the pollution is going to go out, and then the carbon dioxide and the volatile are going to build up in the tank until there's no room for anything, and the whole thing is going to kind of break down. So during the day, when we're not looking to collect any liquid, we can open a valve and just let the air out for the most part. We'll release the air, lower the pressure down to like 50%, so that when it's running at night, it'll have a lot of room in the tank to be able to fill up with the pollution, and at the same time, it'll still be a high enough pressure that it'll immediately start condensing the liquid when the vents turn on. So that'll work. What do we need? We have the temp. We need the vents are on. This game has scripting too. This is a straight up MIPS editor. This is assembly code. You can do a bunch of stuff with it. It's a lot of fun. All right, so we have the temp. We have vents are on. We have air tank pressure. And then we have the liquid volume. Something like that. 15, 14, 13, 12. Okay. No min hot temp. We do have max cold temp, max pressure. Let's see, max night pressure, max day pressure. So during the day, we can go down to like 10,000 or something, should be okay. That should work. Yeah. Okay, we got our liquid volume, air tank, liquid tank, release valve, gas sensor. We have the temp. We have, if the vents are on, we're keeping track of the air tank pressure. We're keeping track of the liquid volume. And then we'll have one for the valve is open. Release valve is open. R11. It's going to be register 11 there. All right, let's just delete stuff for a bit. Try and clean this up. The air tank pressure is going to be the air tank, D air tank pressure. All right, so what are we doing? For those who have not seen any of this code yet, Basically, in the beginning here, we're declaring all our variables. These are going to be the inputs that we can wire in. So we've got our air tank. This is the collection tank. We've got the liquid tank where we're going to be collecting the liquid pollutant. We're going to have a release valve to let air out like I was just describing. And then we're going to have a gas sensor to determine what's the temperature outside and only turn this thing on during the night. If we try and pump air during the day and it's going to be too hot to condense into liquid. And we want to have stuff as cold as possible. So we don't want to collect air during the day. This is nighttime only. The vents are going to be turned on. Right here, these are the inputs, the D variables. So we put a D at the beginning of all of these so that it's kind of specifying this is a device that is plugged in. V is for variable. These are our registers. You have registers from 0 to 15, 16 registers to play with. These are just going to be the variables that we're using. It's nice to alias them so everything reads nicely. So we're going to have our temperature, keeping track of the outside temperature. We're going to have a Boolean for whether the vents are on. We're going to keep track of the air tank pressure, the volume of liquid that we have collected in our liquid tank, and a variable for whether or not the release vent or the release valve is open. So I think this is about all we need. And then finally, we've got some constants here. So these are all just kind of like the beginning declarations. So our max cold temp is 130C. If we are below 130C, we're going to start turning on the vents. We've got our max night pressure, and we've got our max day pressure. What else do we want? Define max liquid volume. And that, I don't know what that's going to be. Let's maybe start with like 10,000 or something. We'll have to look at that. I don't know how much liquid one of those can contain. And actually, I don't know why we're setting ourselves up to cause explosions here. Let's look it up. Insulated liquid tank. Small insulated liquid tank is going to contain up to 6,000 liters. So 10,000 liters will be an immediate explosion. Let's call it 5,000 liters. And that'll have 1,000 liters to spare. All right, so this is all our just declarations of the various variables and constants that we're going to be using. We'll probably need to add one or two more as we're writing the code, but I'm just generally thinking through the problem. So the way this works, it's going to go line by line by line by line, just assembly code. When we reach here, this is our main function. Generally, I will do a main function that loops on itself, that'll load variables, and then set all the various values for what we want our devices to be set as. So this main function here, this is main function declaration. First thing it does is it yields just a pause for one tick. You need this to prevent a locking up of the CPU. So we'll yield. We're going to jawl load vars. That's like a jump, and then also gives us the ability to return to this address, to line 18, when we're done with this function. Load vars just loads the various variables, maybe does a little bit of computation, and then we'll assign stuff right here at like line 19. Finally, it jumps to main again once it reaches the end. So this guy is doing a tight loop where it's waiting a second, grabbing various variables, and then it's going to assign, like, do we want our vents on? Do we want our valves open? That sort of thing. The load vars function is down here. This is where we'll do our computation of what's going on. So we're starting with things like loading into our vtemp variable the device gas sensor's temperature. So the temperature on the gas sensor loads into our vtemp variable. And every loop of this function, we're going to have a variable that's keeping track of what the temperature is outside. We're going to subtract the 273 from itself to convert this from Kelvin to Celsius. So vtemp at this point is now the temperature in Celsius, which will then we can branch on for the 130. Okay, so let's change the logic here. Let's just delete all of this. We're going to do this better. What do we want to say here? What are we looking for? So we're looking for turning on the vents. Let's see. So that is going to be the vents are on is going to be equal to, we're going to want to turn on the vents when the temp is less than max night temp, and the pressure's below max pressure. I don't even know if we need that one. I don't think we need that one. I don't think it's ever going to hit max pressure, but it doesn't hurt. We could prevent explosions. So let's say V pressure, or that's going to be V tank pressure. It's less than max. What is it? V air tank pressure. Okay. V air tank pressure is less than max pressure, is it? Max night pressure. Let's break this up a little. And the amount of liquid, the liquid volume is less than max liquid volume. Okay, so I'm just commenting this out ahead of time so we can think about it. But the vents are going to be on when the temperature is below the max night temperature and the air tank pressure is less than the max night pressure and the liquid volume is less than the max liquid volume. So if we need liquid and the conditions are right, then we're going to turn on these vents. They're going to pump air into the tank. That's going to condense the pollution into liquid pollutant, which will go through our condensation valves into our liquid volume tank and then raise that value. Okay, so we've got the temperature here. That's already grabbed. We've got the air tank pressure. That's grabbed. We need to load the liquid volume. So that's going to be the liquid volume is going to be D liquid tank volume. Let's take a look at that. Liquid tank, I was just looking at it. What do you have for variables here? Pressure, temperature, setting, ratio. Where's like your volume? You've got a volume, right? Volume of liquid. Total volume of all liquid in liters in the atmosphere. I'm pretty sure this is the one we want. Volume of liquid. I think volume might be like the total volume of the total volume of the thing. Is there volume in here? Maybe not even. That might be like a different variable. Oh, no, I see it there. Okay, and we can actually check this too. We can go pull out an iPad and take a look at it and see what are the various values and just see what lines up with the value of volume of liquid, basically. Is this right? Or is this right? I don't know, but we can debug that pretty easy. Anyway, getting closer. So we're going to load the volume. We're going to load the pressure. We've got the temperature. What else do we need? I think those are the three variables we're looking for. Okay, so let's do that. We're gonna say now we're gonna use the R registers just as simple like temporary storage variables that we're gonna declare and then use immediately. So let's take a look at that. That's gonna be first we're gonna do each of these clauses is gonna be stored in a register is what I'm thinking. So we will say set less than R0 is V temp. And then max night temp. So this is our first clause. We're going to store in R0 set less than the V temp is less than max night temp. So this R0 is our first clause saying this is true if V temp is less than max night temp. All right, second one, set less than R1 V air tank pressure max night pressure. And then finally set less than R2 V liquid volume max liquid volume. Okay, so here are three clauses and then we just and them all together. So we say and the vents are on is going to be equal to R0 and R1 anded together. And then we can and that again. So and V vents are on is going to be V vents are on. We and it with itself and R2. So we've got all three of these clauses are now getting anded together, and V vents are on is going to be equal to what we're looking for here. That's a lot simpler than the way I was doing it before. Easier to debug, easier to read. And this is pretty much the only way you want to use these registers if you're actually using them as without any sort of aliasing. You want to use them as like an immediate thing that you're overriding. You don't want to like write much code where you have to look up and think about it. This is pretty clean and easy to read, and it's about as gross as you want to let it get. Aliasing is pretty important. Okay, so that's one thing. We've got vVents on now. And let's go ahead and plug that into the vents. Let's turn on the vents. So we're going to define another hash. This one's going to be called vents is a hash. And the hash is going to be for the large vent, powered vent. Powered vent large. The hash for powered vent large is structure powered vent large. Okay, so there's our hash. Okay, so at this point, our program is doing a loop. It's loading the variables. It's doing this and it's computing correctly. The vVents are, well, hopefully, computing correctly the vVents are on. So we've got one thing that's ready to actually apply here. So now it's time in our main loop. We can trust that vVents are on is the value of whether or not the vents should be on. And we can assign that, or we can actually use that to turn on the vents. So for that, we do set by name. No, set batch. Device hash is going to be vents. Logic type is going to be on, and the value is vVents are on. So SB here. Yeah, so this is, you give it the device hash for the vents, and then you can feed it the logic type and the value. So it's all, any vent that we ever put into this system is going to be activated here. So we can just tack on more vents. We don't need to use those as like an aliased device here. We're just going to control them all at once. You do the same thing with like grow lights, and we've used this a couple times. I did it for doors and stuff. But there we go. So currently we are turning on the vents during the night when the time is appropriate, where we can gather some polluted liquid, and particularly when we need that polluted liquid. Okay, so that's half the puzzle. The other half is I wanted to open up the release valve during the day. Okay, so what's the name of that? Release valve is open. That's going to be an easy one. Release valve is open is going to be if our temp is greater than or let's write this out again. V release valve is open is going to be equal to the V temp being greater than max night temp. So when it starts to heat up during the day, and we're going to not be turning vents on, that's one clause. And the second one is we don't want to pump it all the way to empty. We want to keep a good amount of air in there with a high pressure, because then, remember, the air doesn't start, or the liquid pollution doesn't start condensing. I open up the thing. Pollutant. The liquid pollution doesn't start condensing until a pressure of 5,700 megapascal, or 5 megapascals, 5,700 pascals. So we want to have a high pressure to make sure that this thing's going to be able to immediately start condensing that air. The tanks can hold up to like 60,000 pascals, 40,000 before they get loud and annoying. So we'll always have at least 10,000 in the tank based on the values we have. Okay, so this is one clause, and then we're going to have the an and saying the V air tank pressure is less or greater than, what is it, max day pressure? Okay. So if this is the day, if the temp is above the night temp and the air tank pressure is above the max day pressure, then we're going to open up the release valves and just let air blow out just to make some room so that whenever we're pumping air in, it's got like maximum efficiency for converting that air into liquid pollutant. Okay, easy enough. So that is going to be, let's compute those in the exact same way we did up here. We're going to say set greater than. This is R0. V temp is greater than max night temp. And then set greater than R1. V air tank pressure is greater than max day pressure. And then we do an and. The V release valve is open. Is going to be an and of R0 and R1. Okay, that's so much cleaner. Good. So we've got our release valve is open now, R0, R1. This is getting computed correctly. And then we're going to want to set our release valve open on. What is it? Digital valve. What are your functions? I think it's on. In fact, on is pretty much all we can do. We can do on and we can do setting. So on it is. We'll do on. On is going to be equal to the V release valve is open. Okay, I think this is it. I think this should do it. Likely it will not, and we can debug. But this seems like a good start. Okay. That all making sense? Everybody follow all that? Y'all paying attention? This is on the test. You're gonna get quizzed. Quiz, what the fuck's going on here? No response. Everybody fails. This is gonna be, we'll call it liquid pollutant collection. Okay. Confirm. Very good. Pump to vacuum. And how's the air out here? Did I manage to clear this out yet? It's going to be super slow. It's still going. We want to get total vacuum here if we can. I don't want to lose any of that air, so we're just going to let this keep running. It just takes power, which we have enough of now with a bunch of solar panels. All right, what next? What are we doing? I need to run ads again, and I need to use the bathroom again. Just give me 1 second, and let's do that while we're standing. Or no, we can just pause. I just fixed all my debuffs while we were programming. Okay, back in 1 second. Okay, let's go. We craft. We build things. We build stuff. Walls. Walls with no windows yet. Someday. Someday, very soon. Okay, and then what did you need? Electronic parts and a screwdriver. Do I have the electronic parts? Did I grab those? I think they might be inside. Or they might be in here. Nope. Should be in this one. General stuff. Bloop. Only 15? That's it? What'd you run out of? Copper. Give me some more. God, that's so much better. Automated airlock was a good use of time. A little bit of a side quest, not super necessary for being alive. But it sure is nice to not have to think about anything. Alright, you get large powered vent. What else do you need? Plastic sheets, welding torch. Plastic sheets, welding torch. Didn't I have a shitload of plastic sheets? Where'd they go? Can we like spread these out? See if we can have them all open at once. There they are. Wrong spot. You should all be here. Not you. Damn it. Damn it. It's fine. Yeah, you go here, you go here. Is it shift? Alt shift? Yes, all of the same type. Alt shift. Okay, where were we? You get constructed, you get constructed. We need to change the orientation to inward instead of outward. Okay, so these guys are plugged in and ready. Here's our IC chip. We can program it with the code that we just wrote. Okay, there it is. You can see the 1,177 bytes from our programming. We'll throw it in there. What else are we missing? We need a screwdriver. We need a sensor. Let's see. That's pretty okay. Just a gas sensor. That'll be determining the temperature. We need one little pipe guy here. Oh, it looks like it's getting to be nighttime. This is perfect time to test everything. Should turn on. Okay, there's that. It needs a digital valve too. Digital valve can go wherever. Doesn't really matter. This is fine. If I can get it oriented right. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Wrench. Alright, so just plugging in all the components we just programmed. Do we need multiple passive vents here? Let's do a couple passive vents. Let's do 3 of them. Sure. Alright, so it still needs passive vents. And then it needs wiring. I'm going to turn it on. It's going to immediately break since nothing has been plugged in. But it will give us, what is this? Labels. Air tank is going to be our, let's label these. Label them better. You are our air tank. You are our liquid tank. You are our release valve. You are not plugged in. Problematic. You are plugged in. Okay. So this is just like a two-way valve. This is just like opening the connection between here and outside. The outside is always going to be very low pressure compared to in this tank. So that's going to be one-way valve, basically. It's going to shove this way. And just be a huge... It's like an exhale, basically. Alright, what else? Let's see. Liquid tank. Oop, that's wrong. Yep. That is the liquid... Nope. Are you not plugged in? Ah, that's a problem. I see. Let's just run it all the way over. Okay. Did I... That's not gonna work. This needs to go... These guys aren't plugged in at all. Like, the air isn't plugged in. So the air is gonna come through here. Go to there. Can I run power through this corner? What about if I do this? Come on. Ooh, it works. Ooh, I'm a god. Can I do this? We're getting there. One click at a time. Okay. Now I need to put air. Needs to come along. These vents actually need to move air into our tank instead of into nothing. Okay. Gross. This is disgusting. Don't look. Don't look. It's gross. Ugh. Blech. Just threw up a little. Okay, there's that. That was plugged in. Alright, so these guys now are plugged into the tank. Ready to go. We need the passive vents here. It's the last little thing that's missing. And that is rather minor, relatively speaking. Okay. Let's see if we can turn this on. What else do we have here? Our tank was not plugged in, right? Air tank. There we go. Air tank. Liquid tank. Liquid tank. Release valve. Release valve. Gas sensor. Gas sensor. Okay. I saved just in case. Turn on. You gonna work? How we doing? Any errors? We got errors. Incorrect variable, line 38. Alright, immediate explosions. Not surprising. In fact, expected. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Don't bite me. I love you so much, don't bite me. He's upset that he hasn't been fed breakfast yet. It's not my job. That's my brother's job. My brother bloops him every morning. Alright. So it didn't like this. What was the error? Line 38 was something. Doesn't say anymore. Line 38 gave trouble. This gave trouble. I'm guessing one of these is not correct. VTemp. Are we creating a VTemp? We're creating a VTemp. Max night temp. Max cold temp. Call it max night temp, I guess. Feels like just max temp. Shouldn't need night involved at all. So yeah, that was an error there. Okay. Confirm, export, throw it in. Error. 47. One bug at a time. 47. What's going on 47? Kitty, you big beautiful fuck. Get out of here. Stop biting my toes. Okay. There we go. Those are turning on. They're bringing in the air. Let's go ahead and edit and save. Okay. Put that away. Pull out the iPad and start taking a look. What do we got here? So you can see we're building up pressure in the tank. It's going to take a few minutes. It needs to hit that threshold of 5 megapascals before it's going to start to collect that pollutant or turn it into liquid. And you can see the ratio is 20%, 50%, 25%. So only like a quarter of the air that we're pushing through is stuff we actually want to keep, but that's okay. Alright, while that's working, I'm going to go ahead and get those passive vents. We need 3. We're going to need more. I'm just going to let it make like 10. It couldn't hurt. But let's start with 3. And then we can go finish the construction out there. I'm going to grab the yellow spray paint too. This should all be yellow. Yellow for pollutant color. Plus the orange is gross. Well, I've never mentioned, I'm using like 2 mods. I'm using a mod for infinite spray paint, because otherwise you just run through cans of spray paint. They cost almost nothing. It's like 1 iron for a spray paint, and then it'll spray paint like 20 things and run out. It's just a pain in the ass producing spray paint all the time. It's like a very silly chore. And it's just pure busy work. So I just use a mod that does bigger, or infinite spray paint, and then additionally infinite, or not infinite, but extra stacking on the cables. Instead of stacking at like 50 or 10, or I forget, something small, they stack at a higher value. You can put like 100 or 200 cables in a stack. It just kind of lowers tedium, but doesn't really change the game at all. Just less time spent doing busy work. Alright, we're going to paint everything, make it beautiful. We're going to get those... Just get everything yellow, all yellow. The theme is yellow. Okay. And then these turned off. Why did they turn off? Is the temperature up? Temperature is at 136, 137. Okay, so that's good to see. They're supposed to be when it's below 130. That's when it's going to turn on. So this is confirming that it's turning off correctly. This is not allowing air out, which is what we would want. So that's also good. Seeing a couple things working correctly here. How much air do we collect? You can see we got a little bit. It's turning into a little bit of liquid there as it's getting to a higher pressure. 4 megapascals there saved. And then we're starting in here to collect liquid. You can see we have, right now it's just air. So remember, we have to hit, if we take a look at the liquid pollutant, we need this much air. We need like 5.6 megapascals of air before it's going to be liquid. So right now the liquid is entering, and then it's evaporating, and it has to fill with some air in order to keep the liquid in there. But soon enough, once we have enough of a buffer of air, then it's going to stay condensated. It's going to stay as liquid, and we'll have a collection of liquid in here instead of gas. So that's good. And we can even see that too if we go look at like the water tank. You'll see even water does the same thing. Water needs to have a pressure too. So even though this is only 20 degrees Celsius, you can see that we have just a little bit of gas in here. We have steam in here. There's a little bit of that water has converted into gas to reach the correct pressure and make the liquid happy, more or less. And if we look at like the chart for water here, I'm sure that the pressure lines up exactly with what you'd expect to see. Where's water? Water. So we take a look here, use Celsius. We're at like 20 Celsius. 20 Celsius is 11.9 kilopascals. So I would expect 11.9 kilopascals of pressure in here. You can see 12 kilopascals of pressure, about 11.9. So a little bit of steam in these pipes too, as we'd expect. Math. Making sense? Alright, so we have, this is a big part of the puzzle. We now have liquid pollution collection. Every night it's going to work to fill this tank with liquid pollution for us. And that's going to take a few days, but we'll have a buildup, and eventually it should turn off once we've reached the target amount of liquid in here. I also wanted to check on this guy to look at like the configuration of it. I don't think do we have that? Oh, we do. It's perfect. Okay, so there's no liquid in here. Volume is 6,000. That's what I was thinking, is the volume is just like the max volume. So this is not the metric we want to use. I think we're doing volume of liquid, which is currently 0. Okay, so I think volume of liquid is the right variable, and I expect everything to be working correctly, unless it's not. Seems good. I have to see it all work perfectly before you can trust that it will. But that's progress. Alright, it's day we hide. It's day we hide in the shower dude. Sure, dude needs a shower. What about traders, too? Can we get some... Oh, what the fuck? No! What? Why? Excuse me, what the fuck? What's going on here? That's bad. This is like game ending bad. we have a bunch of air in here, and we're slurping it into our breathable area, which is overpressured and exploding. What the fuck? Who broke my shit? What happened? What happened here? All of the vents are on. I've seen this airlock work dozens of times. Why are you not working now? This is really weird. Fuck. That's a big problem. We might need to like load a save. Shit. Yeah, I think this is like a basically game-ending bug. I shouldn't even like have manual control over these. These should be locked. But I don't know why they would turn on. Did this logic turn it on somehow? It definitely shouldn't have, because these are on different circuits. That should not have touched that. But I can't imagine what the fuck just happened. Let's take a look in here. How bad did we just ruin our air supply? The air supply is now entirely bad with... Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we just blew out an entire goddamn wall. What in the fuck? Excuse me. Why are you exploding? I'm sure there's reasons, and it's likely entirely my fault. But I have no idea what that is. Let's try and back up a save. I'm not going to lose this game right now. I've committed to save scumming. I'm a save scummer. Debug, what's going on here? Let's take a look. Where did I save last? What time is it? Okay, so this was like 10 minutes ago. Here's an auto save from 4 minutes ago. I'm going to load this one. Let's take a look. What's going on here? How about, let's go take a look right over here right now. What's our condition? Are you doing weird things? Everything's normal. Airlock is functional. This room is chilling at a vacuum. Okay, I'm going to turn that off. And just double check that we've got air in here. Okay, so this is all good. Weird. I want to work that one out. What's happening? How in the fuck did it... I think like the airlock... I think the airlock screwed up. And then since I had this vent on, it was just overpressuring this room with air from the outside until eventually a wall blew out. And then we lose all of our oxygen, and that is game over. We maybe could have recovered using the small amount of air we had, but that's very much worth saves coming there. I don't want to throw out hours and hours of work over whatever this bug is. Let's figure it out. Let's see. Put this stuff back on, pump the vacuum. Okay, what else? I'm thinking I want to change my code slightly. Let's grab the airlock code. Import, edit. Let's grab the airlock code. Let's make sure that, so this guy gets locked. These should be up here. This guy gets locked. The vents should get locked as well. Are the vents a thing? Yeah. Let's say set SB for all vents here. That's going to be vent logic type lock 1. I want to lock, basically I want to idiot proof this. I want to make sure we'd have no manual control over the vents or over the doors. Maybe I did something funny to somehow make this happen. I'm not sure. But let's save this. This is our airlock code. Overwrite that. Okay. I don't want to be able to make mistakes. Let's put as many safeguards as we can on this thing. Save just in case. Alright. You work, right? You do the thing, you did the thing, you open up, everything's good. Yeah. Airlock working as expected. And then I go here and you turn on and then we go in. Ah, that's a problem. Oh, no. Where's the air coming from? Is the pressure going up? Do we have a wall blowout or something? What's going on here? All of my vents are on. Okay. We got some debugging to do. Whoa. Did something just like break with my game? Hmm. Whoa. Whoa. I think we might have. I think there might be something fucky with my game. Let me restart my game. What is this? I think this might be game bugs. Especially after seeing that airlock work flawlessly so many times, including when we had like air, whether it's a vacuum or air on either side, it was working correctly. And I've seen it work dozens of times now. We might have some sort of fucky bug there. It's still very likely some sort of user error from me. But that seems off. Let's see if just like restarting the game gets it working correctly. They just did a super giga patch. They might have broke some shit. I'm glad we could at least rewind to a safe spot and lose relatively little. Alright, are you gonna do an explosion of bugs? I see no explosion of error messages. That's progress. This is exactly where it failed last time. We were able to walk out, everything worked correctly. When we walked back in, things broke. Let's see. I step out, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm gonna do it. Ah, look at that. Okay. So we are currently not turning off the exterior vent like we're supposed to. And we're just pumping a bunch of hot air into our supposedly vacuum room. Okay. Can I turn you off? No, because you're locked, which is what we wanted. Now I step this way. That one turns on, but this one's still on. Weird. Okay. Let's take a look at the code and see if there's anything we can figure out. Gotta run ads too. The ads are about to force themselves on you. Yeah. All right. Pause. I'm just gonna think for a second here while the ads are running. We're back. We're back. Okay, so let's look at it. I know we've seen it go through all the stages correctly. We're seeing it. It turns on the vent. It's waiting until the pressure's all right. Oh. I think I know what it is. I think we need to let it chill for just a second. So here's what I'm thinking is happening. We're entering the stage correctly. We're turning on the vent. Since this room is currently a vacuum, which it might have had a little air in it pretty much every time we've been doing this. This is not triggering. The pressure is 0, so it moves along. It just keeps moving. So it turns the vent on. It keeps moving. It turns the vent off immediately, and this is just sending 2 inputs to the vent in the exact same tick. At the exact same moment, we're turning it on and turning it off. So it's keeping this one. This one's the one that's winning, basically. I think what we need here is just a single yield. Just like give it a second. Literally just 1 tick. Let it sit for 1 tick. And then, if it sets it to 0 after, we shouldn't have any issues. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay. I think it's just like fighting itself, and maybe we even got lucky. Maybe it's like a coin flip or a dice roll as to what's going to happen, since we're just feeding it the same input twice at the same time. Okay. This is my guess. I'm pretty confident, actually. I'm like 60% confident, which is pretty confident in the programming world. Okay, let's go ahead and overwrite this. We're going to confirm. We're going to export. We're going to put this guy here. We are going to shut our laptop. Get over here. Shut the laptop. Save real quick, just in case of explosions. Let's see what happens now. You turn on, you turn off, you open. Okay. Same thing here. You working correctly now? Okay. Alright, so that does fix it there. That is my bad. That's my programming error there. Cool, I'm glad that was an easy one to work out. I think. I'm pretty confident that was the fix. Alright, where were we? I had just fucked up on my shit. But other than that, is there anything over here we need to do? Is this all on and working? You are not on. You are plugged in. Okay, so this is when I was grabbing the passive vents. And I think we might have even had everything. Did you do any air? Okay, it didn't work. So this didn't run through the night. All we need to do is add some vents and then painting is basically it. No problem. Okay. So we lose pretty much nothing. It was all programming, and the programming gets saved across saves. Even if we revert and go backwards, the libraries we've saved haven't changed. So I grab the yellow paint and do some yellow painting in a moment. And then we grab, I wanted 3 of the vents, and it's going to make like 10 of them, which will be fine. Okay, have you guys been labeled properly? Do I need the label gun? Air tank, liquid tank, release valve, all good. Have you been wired correctly? Air tank, liquid tank, release valve, gas sensor, all good. Okay. The only thing we might need here is just double check that the code is correct. We're gonna edit and then load our pollution collector, liquid pollutant collecting. Overwrite that. Call that good. Export that. Throw it in here. Throw it in here. Turn it on. See if there's any errors. Shouldn't be. Okay. And then do a little painting. Alright, crisis solved. We did it. We fucked our shit up and then we unfucked it. If I was hardcore, then we would have tried to recover there and we likely would have just like wiped the whole save. Hardcore version of this game is too hardcore. I haven't been willing to like full rogue it yet. Gotta save scum a little bit. Just too brutal otherwise. It's a hard game. Alright, crisis averted, problem solved. We'll double check this is working tomorrow night, but it should be. Every night we should start collecting the polluted liquid. It's much faster if you paint these ahead of time. We'll paint the next ones beforehand. That's okay. Alright, it is day. It is hot. We hide. Are any of these empty? Yellow's empty. I'm gonna change yellow. Yellow's gonna be pink. I'm gonna do it in here so we don't let any gross gases into our base vacuum area. This is gonna be our pretty pink paint backpack. I'm gonna now start carrying all of the various colors of paint on me at all times so that we can label things. Alright, let's cook a little bit of iron. Throw it inside of the tool thing so we can get all the colors. What colors are we missing? We got white, we got yellow. Ooh, cat. I want cat. I want cat right now. We don't have gold for cat. I'm upset. Purple, pink, orange, we don't. Oh, we do. What is this? Khaki? Khaki. Gray. Gray. Got green. Brown? Gross. Okay, that's all the colors. So here's our pretty pink paint backpack. It's going to have all of the colors on it so that we can label whatever we need whenever we need to. That's nice to do. Alright, we'll get rid of the bad gas. That activate is on. Good enough. Turn that on. Heat goes up. Iron is finished. Hello. We don't need that right now. I thought this was empty, but it's not. Alright, what about some trade? Do we got any dudes? Void vendors. Can't bring that one in. That one can't bring that one in. This one we can bring in. I'm not sure if this one has water. We're looking for water in particular. Bring in this guy and see what he's got for us. Swap out some batteries. What do you got? You got food and food and pills and food and spray paint and garbage and food. This stuff's pretty cheap. I'm gonna grab some of this food just cause. Do you want to buy anything? This is too much work, but we could do it, but I'm not going to. Goodbye. Let's just make sure we got a good supply of food. Alright. Dude's unhappy in his suit. Let's deal with that real quick. Food and water. Alright. What next? While we're chilling indoors, we could maybe start doing some programming for the chambers. Trying to think of what we're going to need there. Let's see. So for the chambers, to start, let's just delete pretty much everything here. Let's get a nice, boring, basic script, basic program that's doing almost nothing, just like a main loop. Clear out all of this stuff. There's got to be a faster way to do this. Pain. So many clicks. Actually, I'm going to label this as just template. And just load that next time. Alright. So we'll start with the basics here, and the dude's debuff is already gone, so I'll just pause for a second. Let's see, what do we got for the chambers? The chambers, we're going to look to, let's see, we want to fill the chambers up with liquid. So we're going to have sensors for the current chamber for the level of liquid in it. We want to have that as variable. I guess I should probably write these down. Okay, so we will have a D gas sensor. It can be D0. We're going to want to have alias D last gas sensor, I think, for the previous chamber. D1. We might not need that. I'm just thinking we don't want to try and drain any liquids unless there are liquids to drain from the previous chamber. So we'll have a gas sensor in our current chamber for like the level of liquid we have, and then in the previous chamber we'll have a gas sensor again for the level of liquid, but just to keep an eye over there. Okay. We'll have the liquid, what's it called? Valve? Pump? Liquid vent? I'm pretty sure. D2. And then I think we'll need a I don't think we need the vents. We can use the hash code for the vents to turn those on. Gas sensor, last gas sensor, a liquid vent. This might be it. I think we might need like one more sensor, but we can figure that out as we're doing it. All right. Oh, and then we're going to need alias D what is it? Target pressure. It's going to be a memory thing. What should I call that one? D target pressure memory? That's gross, but sure. It's going to be D3. Okay. We are not going to have V temp. We're going to have V target pressure. It's going to be R15. So what I'm thinking is this target pressure memory is going to be, you can have like a little memory device that we can plug in. So we can have a variable memory where it's a physical device that we're putting on the wall, so that that's the only thing we need to change between each line of code, or between each of the chambers. We're not going to need to have any sort of custom code. We can reuse the code between all chambers, and then the only thing that matters, the only difference, is the target pressure memory. Whatever pressure we're trying to achieve is the only variable between each of those chambers. So we can have that as a device that's on the wall. We can program that to be whatever we want, and then everything should just work without any sort of tweaking between stuff. Ideally, we're going to have, each chamber is going to have its own IC chip here. That's what we're currently working on. Each chamber will have its own IC chip, which will manage bringing in liquid and then pumping out gas. That's what it's looking to do. And they'll have each chamber will have its own IC with its own inputs, its own sensors, and then the same code running behind it. That's the idea. So it should be easy. And the reason we want to do that, because we're going to have like 5 chambers, right? So if there's custom code between any of them, it'll be obnoxious to have to micromanage that. We want it to be like all-encompassing if we can. All right, so we have target pressure. We're not going to be paying attention to temperature or anything. Temperature is just based on what our pressure we're achieving is, and it'll take a while to go down. All right, we've got target pressure, alias. And I think we might even want to do some consoles to keep track. I actually do want temp. We'll do vtemp, R14, alias v pressure, R13. And then we'll have alias vd temp console. Going to be d4. Alias d pressure console is d5. I think that's all our variables, so hopefully we're good here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all we get. Okay. Gas sensor last sec with blah, 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 blah. Target pressure, temperature, pressure. But I'm thinking I want to have consoles on the outside that are displaying the pressure and the temperature, just so that we can keep an eye on what's going on and see if anything's going funky. And just be able to like take a quick glance and see what is each chamber looking like. That would be nice to see. So we have target pressure, temp pressure. We have alias v vent. Vents are on. It's going to be R12. So we'll have the vent for venting gas. And then alias v liquid. Is it a drain? That's what it is. Is on. It's going to be R11. What is this called? Liquid something. I think it is drain. Yeah, it's liquid drain. Liquid outlet. Okay. It's not a drain, it's outlet. Liquid outlet is on. And then it's not liquid vent, it's liquid outlet. Okay. All right. Max temp is not a thing. Target pressure is going to be loaded from the memory. Okay, so I think these are the variables that we're going to want. All right, what about loading variables? Load v target pressure is going to be d target pressure memory setting. Whatever value we set into there is going to be loaded into our target pressure. Easy enough. Load v temp is going to be our d gas sensor temperature. Okay, load v pressure is going to be d gas sensor pressure. Load, what else? Anything else? We need to determine if we have liquid up to the target spot that we're looking to. So we're basically, what we're going to look to do is we're going to be filling liquid up and up and up until we hit the sensor. And when it hits the sensor, then we should start seeing the, we'll see like a ratio liquid. If we look at gas sensor. Kitty, I'm not feeding you. You're so cute. I know. You're hungry. I know. I'm the evil human who starves you so that you don't die of obesity. What are we looking for here? So here's our gas sensor. We can use this to determine the ratio of liquid pollutant. This is what we're looking for. Ratio liquid pollution. So we're going to say, let's see, load into maybe R0, D gas sensor, ratio liquid pollutant. Okay. We'll have alias. Ooh. I don't know if I want to do this as R0. Let's make a variable for this. V ratio liquid pollutant R10. Can reuse that variable here. Just keep things labeled nicely. We're going to need a constant here for min liquid ratio, which can be like 0. I want to say like 1.3 or something. I forget. It's pretty low. It's going to be, it's not going to, like if you fill it above the gas sensor, if I remember right. If I remember right, this is temperamental. It like, it gets mad if you, or it doesn't get mad. It doesn't do what you would expect. If you flood the gas sensor so it's completely underwater, it still will have a ratio that's kind of low. But when the liquid touches it, it'll go up to like a small value. So hopefully something like this is okay. This is like the liquid's at least rushing it. So we'll have a min liquid ratio. Okay. Then let's compute some stuff. What do we got here? Let's say the V liquid outlet is on is going to be equal to the if we have not enough liquid in this room, so if the V liquid ratio liquid pollutant is less than min liquid ratio, and there is pollutant in the previous chamber, the last gas sensor, the last ratio liquid pollutant. Okay, then let's add another variable there, alias v last ratio liquid pollutant. Could be R9. Min liquid ratio. So if we need pollutant in this room, because we haven't hit the ratio yet, and the last room has enough liquid in it that we can actually turn on the pump and move some liquid without causing issues, instead of just like, you don't want to just like turn on the pump and nothing happens. I mean, I guess we can. It's just a waste of power. You could throw on an extra solar panel or two. But ideally, power is expensive. Turning on a pump, turning on a valve, turning on any of those devices, a turbo pump when you don't need, is a little bit problematic. It'll drain a lot of power. So ideally, we want to save power a little bit and compute what we actually want to use here. That being said, we may need to just like default it to, or ignore it or something if we are limited in our outputs here for the consoles and whatnot. And we could probably trade some of these out for hashes if we need. I bet we could do everything we want to do and just use hashes if we have too many devices. All right, I'm rambling. We're not getting anywhere. Let's get this computation done. So let's see. Let's set these up. This is set less than R0. V liquid pollutant is less than the min liquid ratio. So our first clause, R0 is going to be equal to the ratio of liquid pollutant that we've loaded on our current sensor being less than the minimum liquid ratio, which is what we're looking for here. And then set greater than R1, the last liquid pollutant, min liquid ratio again. So greater than this time. So if the last room has more liquid, or has liquid in it. Okay. And then these get ANDed. So we AND V liquid outlet is on, is the AND of R0 and R1. All right, I'm going to save this real quick. This is going to be called pollution chamber. Okay. Progress. So that's one variable. What else do we have? We have the vents. Okay. So the vent should be a little simpler. That's just if our pressure is above the threshold. Set greater than V vents are on is going to be equal to the V pressure being greater than the V target pressure. Okay, so if our pressure is greater than target pressure, then turn on the vents. So if there's been too much evaporation and we need to get some of that air out, then we're going to want to turn on the vents and pump that air out. Okay, so that one's pretty simple. And then I think with this as well, we want to have a, what is it? The target for the maximum pressure for the vents. Let's take a look at the powered vents. Kitty, you are so beautiful and so needy. He's staring at me like he's dying. I love you, buddy. I'm going to take you on a walk later, and I'm going to feed you, but not till it's feeding time. Let's see. Pressure output, pressure external. This is the one. Okay. Let's see. So I'm just thinking we want to be careful with this functionality here. We want to be careful with how we're moving the air from room to room, because if we move too much air, then and get the pressure too high on the other side, then it's going to cause, well, I mean, it could cause pipes to break, but more than that, other than that, it's going to cause condensation, which we're specifically looking to avoid if we can. We could just hard code it for now. Let's take a look at liquid pollution. It condenses at 5,800 pascals. So let's say that'll be the cap, 5,800. I'm just going to do set batch for vents. We're going to say the maximum, what was it? Pressure external. It's going to be 5,800. Let's just hard code it to this for all of them. This could cause some condensation, but at least it won't cause any pipes to burst. And I think theoretically, if it condenses and then evaporates again as it gets pumped out, that should like add heat and then immediately remove the exact same amount of heat. So that's not a problem, as long as we're not letting any pipes burst. That's the main thing I'm concerned with. So I don't want to have the vents turn on and then shove so much air into the next room that pipes start exploding or causing trouble. So pressure external is just going to be set to the max pressure external. And then we need to define the hash for vents, which is this guy, powered vent large. It should just be vent. Okay. So as part of our booting up here, we will set the pressure external to have whatever the max pressure external is, and make sure that we're not pumping way too much air from room to room, which could be likely, for instance, in the first chamber. In the very first chamber, as the liquid is moving from left to right, all of that air is going to pump from right to left, and there'll be more and more air moving on the left side. So like that first chamber might make sense to have a couple of powered vents in it. And then the last chamber, we might not need a big vent, if that makes sense. But I think this will help prevent some explosions, so let's throw that in. Okay. We've got our main loop. Let's see. I think this is pretty much it. It's not a lot going on here. We're just checking the pressure in the liquid, pulling in liquid when we need, expelling gas again when we're past a threshold. So I think we've already pretty much computed everything we need. Let's go ahead and set these. We will say set batch for the vents are going to be on, is going to be v vents are on. So we'll just set those based on a hash. And then we will set the liquid outlet on is going to be equal to the liquid outlet is on. Missing an L there. Okay. It might be that easy. I'm guessing that this is not going to work for one reason or another. But this is progress. Let's go ahead and overwrite the code for our pollution chamber and save that. Call it good. Alright. We're getting ads again. I need to run ads and use the bathroom. 1 sec. To the corner. Alright, where were we? Heading out. Heading out for things and stuff and activities. Alright, and we need what? Liquid valves. Gonna need liquid drains. Gonna need some iron for that. Got a little bit here. That's gonna make 10. That doesn't hurt. Let's do that. Okay. Alright. Any traders out there? Anything to get? Star stop? Maybe? What are you? Anything useful? You gonna take years? It's gonna take years. Moon! Moon. Wow. Look at it. It's a big moon. It's amazing. Any werewolves in the crowd? Better look away. You're gonna turn into a werewolf. Nice. Good to see the power much better now. Got those big batteries full. Look at it just draining the small one there as we're running the satellite dish at full power. Alright. Let's check on our gathering of stuff. How's the liquid pollutant going? These are still running at night like we were hoping to see. This is... Ooh, this is... Oh, I think I've had it like paused while we were programming. I think this is the first night that it's actually run. It's been like an hour of gameplay while I was paused. So this is turning on. We've got nothing in here yet, but we should see that condensing. I've already seen that working. More or less. Not since we had to reload save. We'll see. Alright, what else can we do here? This one should go this way, right? Yep. It goes that way. Do another one this way. We'll do more here. Gonna want a couple more of these guys. Maybe one extra around the edges. Okay. Alright. These are gonna need power. Okay, power's running along. Need a couple more. Oh, that's too much. My bad. Forgot I did a little extra. There it is. Zoom. How's that battery draining? It's draining. Did you get the thing? You did. Bring him in the gravels. We could sell stuff too. I definitely not feeling that. How much money we got? 4,000. Doing okay there. Alright. Let's see. Throw these guys in the liquid area. Throw passive valves into here. What else are we going to need? A lot of insulated liquid. A lot of these. Make me all of those that you can. Let's maybe even give it more steel. We can't. Okay. Let's see if this guy sells water. Are you a water guy? What you got for me? Food. I just bought a bunch of food. We don't need food. I could buy water bottles, but this is a very bad ratio of money to water. We want to just buy straight up water and pump it into our system. So I am not going to buy anything from this guy, I don't think. Maybe a chocolate bar. Let's get a couple chocolate bars. Pretty sure we have enough food for a long time. This one's tempting. We can't do the welding torch, and I just don't want to deal these. These are good, like a good source of money, but it's not a good use of time. It's better, like dollars per hour, to just go farm, or like we've been doing, or even better, I think, is to like sell steel and crafted ores. It just brings the value way up, and it's super quick and easy to cook the stuff. All right, so this guy's gonna go. You got nothing for me. Goodbye, guy. Alright, quick double check to make sure this is actually working now. Can we see any pollution entering this? We do. We see the pollution entering and immediately evaporating to reach that target pressure, bringing that temperature down too. But this will start to fill up and the temperature will be like towards 140, 150 once it actually gets some pollutant in there. Other thing we can check too, we have we can see there is some liquid in there. So can we see actual liquid in the volume of liquid? We can. So this variable is exactly what we're looking for, and it is filling. Good. So this is working. Getting started. All right, now we need to finish some crafting here, and we need to, I think we need to add chambers for liquid down below. Like I was saying earlier, the gas can hang out in these chambers without a problem, but the liquid, it needs to be surrounded by frames to avoid causing trouble. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna remove a couple of these, I think. Let's see, how do I want to do this? We'll do a door here to go to drop in if we ever need to. I don't even know if I need a door. I could just like break the walls off whenever I need to enter. Anyway, let's do, maybe we'll do like alternating chambers. We'll do a chamber here. And a chamber here. Chamber here. Ooh, that's not great. I hear singing. Are you fuckers breaking? What's going on here? 8 megapascals. Who's singing? Are you singing? Who's singing? Who's singing? They shouldn't be singing at 10 megapascals. That seems off. You shouldn't be overpressuring either. Should be able to put liquid in here without a problem, without any sort of damage. Okay, well, I mean, I think this is fine. I don't know why it's singing. It's such a low pressure. I wouldn't expect that. If something explodes, that's totally okay too. This is a fine spot for stuff to break. It's nowhere near our base or anything. We're gonna leak pollutant into the air in the worst case, when the air is already completely full of pollutants. So we can ignore that, I think, for now. See if there's any issues in a couple days. What else was I doing? I was crafting. So we got a hole here, hole here, hole here. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hole here, hole here. Gonna want to get rid of the squares. Okay, and these are going to be little chambers, so they're going to go down a little ways. Where's my drill? It's so easy to lose stuff. Where did I put my things? Wasn't I like just holding a drill? I bet I accidentally put it in one of the storage racks or something. Click through my... There we go. Okay. So let's just dig out the floor, make room. So we'll make a couple of chambers that just go down a little ways, and we'll make them completely out of steel squares, which are able to withstand the pressure of the liquid without any sort of issues. And that will make sure that we don't have any of the walls blowing out. Or so the theory goes. We'll see if we can pull this off without any trouble. Okay, go, let's put that there. So steel frames. Something like this. Just make a little chamber like that. Chamber there. Chamber there. Probably easier to do it from this angle. Yep. 2x1, 2x1. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Okay. There's that. Get one over here. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Alright. Almost done. One more to go. And then they need to be welded. Getting bullied by the air pressure changing, shoving me around a bunch. Okay, so these will just be reservoirs where the liquid goes. Just a little tank there. Little tank. And this one we might want to extend slightly. The very last chamber makes sense to have just a little bit bigger, maybe, because this is where we're gonna put a heat exchanger for our nitrogen. The idea being would cool off the pollutant all the way down to super cold, and then we have a bunch of cold liquid pollutant here. The way we actually plug that into our cooling system for our base is we're gonna use that to cool off the nitrogen collection that we've been gathering. And then that will be what we use. And that will never risk turning into a liquid or breaking in the pipes or anything. Nitrogen has a bigger temperature range, so it's going to work as a nice coolant for us, for all of our things and all of our stuff. Out of batteries. We should mix a couple of the nuclear batteries, if only for the welder. Jetpack low, holy. It's a good thing we have infinite jetpack. Alright. Let me in. Oh shit, I'm out. Yeah, jetpack is...
Jetpack critical.
Yeah. Jetpack is done. Let's fix that real quick. This goes here. Jetpack go here. Jetpack full. How about water? Any water? Star sippers? Star stopper. Do not want. Let's change the angle a little bit. Turn the power way down too. Where were we? Oh, this one's 3 deep? Did I fuck this up? You're 3 deep. Oh, you're all 3 deep? Well, if you're all 3 deep, then that's just fine. Works for me, as long as it's symmetrical, so it doesn't trigger me. Okay. Looking good. Last chamber. Okay, that's all done. Looking good. I think the only other thing I might want to do here is... let's drill. Make sure there's no rocks in the way. Okay. Alright, looks good. Okay, so we have the basic layout done. We've got the programming done. We've got the collection of the polluted liquid done. These dudes are singing, and I don't care. How's the pressure on our thing? It should be down at 10. Okay, it's down to 8.8, so that's good. That means the valve opened up and let everything off, and then it shut when it got below 10. It just lets out pressure fast, so it went down to almost 9. But this is all good. This guy's filling. We're up to... oh, that fills fast. We've already got 1,400 liters here. And the temperature's already up to 130. But we've got a collection of that liquid now, which is going to be the input for our system. Alright, so we need a bunch of the reinforced walls. We need the various devices that are going to plug in. We need a couple of bunker doors. And I think we could start even with just like 2 chambers and go from there. We don't need to have this fully fleshed out to see it working. But then we do want to get it done pretty immediately. What else do we need? We're going to need to push the air from our nitrogen collection over this direction. What about some paint? Paint is good. This is coldish, right? Do I want to do that for coldish? We got our cold air. Are you hot air? You cold air? You're cold air. I'm just gonna paint like every other thing. Let's do a little bit of color coding. Okay. You are nitrogen. Nitrogen is... I'm gonna make it blue because it's the coolant for our base, is what I'm thinking. The black is gonna be carbon dioxide. So let's make this blue. Here is our nitrogen collection. The nitrogen collection now needs to pump over to our cooling area. So we can start routing that. That's something to do. Alright, I'm gonna put that... Let's put it up. Oh, and let's paint this too. Blue. Blue. Good. Let's bring this up a little ways. And then it can come over. Start some sky pipes. Oh, I should be... God damn it. This is my bad. Just one second. This should be made out of the bigger pipes. Not only is it faster to build, but it is like less... I think it's less math for the systems. Instead of computing it as like 20 pipes, you can compute it as one big one type situation. Does that work? That'll do. Rotate. 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 Where are my buttons? There it is. Rotate. Nope. No. There we go. That's faster. That's wrong. Yep. Okay, it's moving its way over, and then we're missing one. Ah, motherfucker. Are you serious? Wow. Alright. Let's try that again. Game is hard. One more. Okay. And then back to the boring old single one. There we go. Okay. We can double check on this. But I'm pretty confident this one should be filled up with exactly nitrogen, and it is. We've managed to collect 4 megapascals, 3.5 megapascals of nitrogen so far. And it is extremely hot, 500 Celsius. So this will be what we use. We're going to cool this off if we look at nitrogen. Nitrogen doesn't turn to liquid. Nitrogen. Celsius. Nitrogen doesn't turn to liquid until like -90. So as long as we don't get too cold, if we're looking for like -60 is our target temperature for that last chamber in the pollutant cooling system, then the nitrogen's always going to be a gas. It's going to be extremely cold gas, -60. And then we can use that to cool off everything else. We can have a heat exchanger hooked up to, like, let's say carbon dioxide. You have carbon dioxide on one side of the heat exchanger, you have the cold nitrogen on the other side, and then we can use a digital valve to just say whenever the carbon dioxide is too warm, then just open the valve to let some of that coolant exchange heat, and then close the valve once it's down to the temperature we want. So that'll work perfectly to keep everything cooled off to the correct temperature without breaking any pipes or freezing anything or causing any trouble. That's kind of the goal here. We're going to need more of the gas pipes. We need a lot more pipes, which is steel and silicon, both of which we're running out of. It's about time to go do a little farming. All the farming we've done so far today has just been spent on money, basically. Collected some money. So we'll go do a little bit of farming to actually have resources to use. Shouldn't be too much work here, I think, to get everything we need to start closing up the chambers and turn them on. The dude is not happy. Let's make him happy. Give him some air. Let him chill somewhere comfy. Eat some food. Give him some shower time. Give him some shower time and run ads. How's the air in here? Ooh, weird. are just collecting carbon dioxide. You full? Overpressure. Uh-oh. Alright. It's okay. Alright, that's the end of shower time. Alright, I don't want any of those traders. Let's head out and do a little farming. Turn this on, save game just in case. Go zoom in. We need silicon and we need steel. Steel being iron and coal. I feel so much better today. It's good to feel good. It is a gift to be well, to not be thinking about your health, dealing with issues. If you are not in pain, you should be thankful. It's good to be healthy. Healthy and full of food. And tea. Alright, I remember we needed cobalt for the stellite. Grab some cobalt too. I don't think we got any coal yet. Let's grab some coal. Not sure if we have any of that back at home. If we do, we'll be able to destroy it quickly. It's always easy to eat resources. Dude's angry about shower time. We just did shower time. I was just chilling in shower room. Maybe I didn't chill there long enough. Or maybe he gets stressed out super fast when he's flying 10 feet above lava. I feel like lava should add extra stress. Be a little scary. Perfect. Okay. That'll do. Where do I live? Any vendors? Same dudes? Nothing I want? No problem. Alright. We do have a little coal. Empty the inventory. Alright, we didn't get almost any steel there. I need some steel. Or some, iron, I mean. It's ratio, 3 to 1, so we only got like 1 or 2 things of steel. Let's grab a little bit more iron real quick. That resource is the easiest to farm. Go out in the middle of the day, cause fuck it. We almost got cooling, almost. Definitely the hard suit is way better. Much less scary being outside during the day. Well, we should check out deep miners too sometime. There may be some like some deep mining nodes right near us. It could be useful if we could just get like a passive supply of iron or anything really, but particularly any of the main resources. Infinite supply of steel would be useful. I haven't played with the new deep miner mechanics at all. I'm excited to do that this save. That'll be fun. Alright, there we go. Let me out. To freedom. Alright, give me some steel. Let's see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Make sure that's a full stack. Ones. There's 1 thing of steel. Turn that off before it accidentally cooks. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1 more. 1, 2, 3. 1. That'll do. Add some heat. It's getting real cold. Just watching the iron and coal and everything going. So we'll load it up, we'll get it all melted, and then we'll bring the temperature up. Alright, it looks like that's the last one. All loaded. Last one just entered. Loading and melting. We can do the activate switch. And pump out all of the cold air. Bring that pressure down. And then bring the temp up. And there it is. Throw it through the splitter. There's a whole bunch of steel. Okay, that's a start. Let's throw that into here, and you could start making those pipes, and then we need some silicon. Okay, we'll turn that on. Just looking to cook this as soon as we can. Let's just throw a bunch of silicon through. Just cook it all. Is that all of it? Looks like all of it. And we need to make stellite. Can start preparing that. What's stellite take again? I forget. I looked at it a long time ago. Stellite is silver, silicon, cobalt with mostly silicon. Okay. Give me some silver. Needs to be full stack, so we'll have trouble. There we go. There's the silver. We could do the silicon. We could actually use these. If it's already cooked, that'll remove the bad gas and make it easier to heat up. So we can use this. That seems good. Have you all gone through yet? I see nothing in the queue. I think we might be good to, again, raise the temperature. Or pump out the cold gas, raise the temperature, finish the silicon. Boop, boop. Temp goes up. Silicon gets pooped. Boom. Big poop. Alright, so something like that. Alright, so this is stellite ready to go. Just add heat and furnace activities. Just throw some of this over here. Get it out of the way a little. Alright. How are you doing? Did you do the thing? Why are you not doing the thing? Do the thing. We're gonna need a lot of pipes. We could easily eat 50 pipes. In fact, have another... Make it closer to 100 pipes, please. Thank you. And stack that. Alright, what to cook? What to do? We could do the stellite. I'm gonna double check. What do you take for temperature? 15. You take extremely high temperature. Okay. So I'm not sure if we're gonna get enough heat by just using this silver. This will add some heat since the silver is gonna release an oxidizer that will create fuel and create heat, but we need to have very high temperature. So we might want to do a little more silver. We've got some silver to spare. I'm going to save just in case. Let's throw like a stack through and then go from there. So we'll pump to vacuum. Even though that's actually really hot. We don't need to bring the temp down much at all here. But I think we can still get it hotter if we bring that down. Add a little bit of just the normal gas. Okay, so there's a bunch of hot volatiles. If we run the silver through, let's just do a quick extra stack here, or two. Then that combusts, makes a bunch of heat. How hot are you gonna get? You need to get to like 1500 is pretty crazy. I think we're good. I think this should do it. Okay, I turn you off and start throwing in all the things that we need for our cook. Okay, this should be all the right ratios. Let's just get rid of this, maybe. Oh yeah, that temp's way up. I don't think we needed to cook any extra. What about pressure? Pressure is 10 to 20 megapascals, so we're already past the pressure point we need. And the temperature is super fucking high. That's pretty good. Alright, are we cool? Let's make sure everything's in there. Oh, it's still gonna get hotter too. Oh my. Are we good? Is everything in there? I just saw the thing move. I think that was the last one. Okay, no more movement. Pressure's too high. We'll do the activate switch. I think we could just exhaust. It's a big threshold between 2 and 20. So we're going to hit right now. That'll finish and come out. Okay. There's some stellite. Easy advanced resources. It's a good furnace setup. Alright, will you go over here? And that's going to make the stellite glass. What about some nice bunker doors? Was it a blast door? Steel and copper? Copper, steel. We're going to need one of these blast doors for every chamber. So this is going to make 3, 4. Okay. We'll just let that go. Alright, let's give this guy some suit time. How are we doing here? Are you done crafting things? Why do you keep stopping? Are you like running out of power or something? I mean, definitely no. Power is very happy. Weird. Okay. I didn't realize these are each an item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay. So that's our blast doors. We're going to want a blast door. Blast door is basically, it's a door, but it's a very high pressure door. So we'll use that to enter and exit the chambers if we ever need. And then these shouldn't burst under the pressure of our super high pressure pollution rooms. What else do we need from this guy? Let's see. We got our blast doors. We need the stellite glass. Give me a bunch of these. A little silicon for that. It's gonna give me 80. That's probably fine. I bet we can eat 80. There you go. Make that. And then we're gonna need some liquid stuff too. Give me liquid pipes. Insulated liquid pipes, please. Thank you. Insulated liquid pipes, please. Thank you. And then we're gonna need sensors. We're gonna need gold. Need to farm some of that. Alright, I'm gonna turn this off. Save some power. This guy's desperate for shower time. Shower time for guy. What's our heat at? 14C? Not bad. Almost done with the cake. It's been good cake. Highest quality food. Keeps the dude from needing shower time. Improves the vitals so he doesn't need to drink and eat as often. Power filters. 100% for both. Okay. And that CO2 is piling up again. We gotta get growing going. Gotta start growing some plants here, some ferns to counteract the carbon dioxide buildup. What up, guy? Have some words. All right, sensors are good. Do we have the vents? I think we've got extra vents on us, right? We have 5 vents, which is exactly the right amount. Okay, that's good. We've got the sensors. We've got the liquid things. Okay, so we're actually pretty close already to being able to start plugging things in and turning it on and seeing why it explodes. This is similar to oxygen not included. It's a similar, there's a lot of like automation and dealing with temperatures and that sort of thing. I'd say the biggest difference is there's just straight up assembly programming is like very, very core functionality. They give you a little laptop and you have an IDE where you write code. So that's a huge chunk of it. This is my favorite part of the game by far. It's just writing assembly code. It's a lot of fun. And they have a good API system, good documentation, so that you can look through all the various functions that are available to you and items that you can interact with. If you like KSP, you're probably going to like this, I would think. Also, if you like basic programming, you're definitely going to like this. It's all about keeping your spaceman alive. I've been posting this on YouTube as well. So if you want to check it out, you can go watch videos there and watch some stuff and some things. Get a little bit more of an explanation from the very beginning of the game on. But I'm happy to answer questions and whatnot. Game is fun. Highly recommend. I see nobody streams it. There's very few content creators. Just overall, it's like under the radar. And I feel like the devs have given it a lot of love. The devs have done a good job. Feels like a game that deserves more attention for sure. I do have a YouTube channel. I just don't do anything with it for the most part. But I got some videos of me doing helicopters, and I'm recording a playthrough of Stationeers. I'll definitely do a recording of Oxygen Not Included too. I've got like half a playthrough of Oxygen Not Included already on YouTube. I got to the point where all the big problems were solved, and then I kind of stopped playing instead of completing the DLC and exploring all of the planets. But I want to do another save with the new DLC that they added and play through that one completely. Oxygen Not Included is one of my favorite games, and I've had a bunch of like full playthroughs of that one. Just usually don't stream it or do any content creation for it. That's just for me. That's just for me, and typically with like shows on in the background, or I'll be like watching other people's streams, that sort of thing. It's a nice game that you can kind of do 2 things at once or be watching a show at the same time. Anyway, where were we? Let's keep building. Any traders? You guys got water? Got to keep an eye out for water. Galactic Gadgets seems wrong. Icicles. That's water, right? Give me that water. Nightbot died. I need to fix Nightbot. Your follow age is correct. Nightbot is dead. Let's turn the power up. Can I call you now? I can. Okay. Let's turn the power all the way up. I'm tempted to start growing. We need to get some growing going. Before we start dying. It would be good to get some growing. I think I'm going to do that. Give me a grow light. Gonna need a grow light. Gonna need an IC housing. Gonna need a IC chip. And we're gonna need to do some programming. Growing is the easiest program you ever write. It's like a minute and like 2 lines of code, quite literally. IC chip. What do you need? Gold. We need gold. I should go get gold. It's trivially easy to go get gold. Alright, so we contacted this guy. We can now bring him in for landing. Turn this off. Let's turn the power down. Let's go grab gold. Save game in case something goes terribly, terribly wrong, as it has a tendency to do. There's some gold. Not in the program. Love fixing machines. I mean, general engineering and problem solving. If you like Oxygen Not Included, if you play Oxygen Not Included, and you are comfortable with all of like the gates, you know, and like making some basic logic for when things turn on and turn off and that sort of thing, that's programming. That's exactly what this game is too. You can do like, you start with like little chips on the ground where you'll do really simple things. You'll just do like exactly like Oxygen Not Included, more or less, little AND gates, that sort of thing. And then if you want, you can convert that into assembly code. And it ends up being like a one-to-one conversion, basically. It's a lot of times much easier to do assembly code, to do the same sort of stuff you were doing with like chips in the physical layout on the ground. Assembly is just a better tool, and assembly's this is a great use of assembly. If you're just doing really basic program solving, or really basic problem solving, then assembly is pretty ideal. Assembly is gross when you're trying to do difficult for loops and like complex operations, but if you just want like turn on a vent when the temperature is too high, like that's really easy to do, and assembly is a super powerful tool. So I do highly recommend, if you like engineering and problem solving, it's worth picking up. And at the same time, it is difficult. You're gonna have troubles, and debugging it can be a pain. But you can get help online. There's also like I think there's like scripts and workshops where you can just basically download stuff. Like I want a grow light script. You just download it, use that. So you can just kind of cheat a little bit if you want. And that's not, I wouldn't feel bad about it. It's totally okay to seek help and use tools that other people have made. But do highly recommend. Love this game. Alright, we got our gold. Let's do our programming for our gold, or our grow lights. And how's our liquid collection going? Are you doing the thing you're supposed to do? I hear you singing. We are up to, I can barely read because of the high FOV. It's almost 5,000 liters. Okay, perfect. That's what we're looking for, right? And then this stuff should stop. So we're hitting the capacity here. If we've messed up the programming, then we should see explosions, but I think ideally what we'll see is that it'll just stop running. That's what happens next, I hope. Alright, our water boy is here. Been looking for you. Let's turn on the liquid there to drain it into our system and buy as much as we can. Give me all your water. Great. Anything else? Can I make this? Let's make a couple of these. This is easy to do. Heavy filter oxygen. I can make that. Alright, have you emptied? You have emptied. Let's turn that off. How much water do we have now? We are up to... God, it's so hard to see with high FOV. I think up to 280 something liters. 40 there. So we have like 300 liters of water now in the system. Good. That's a lot of water to drink, and enough water to start running some plants so that they can counter the oxygen that we're, or counter the CO2 buildup that we're giving. Alright, what do we got here? We got our grow lights, we got our housing, we need an IC chip, which is why we went out farming gold. Turn this thing on, activate, throw in our gold, it will immediately be ready, I think. Just go right through, basically. Let's do a little bit of it, but not all. That can go there. I'll keep that, thank you. And then this can stack probably somewhere, right? Okay, gold's going through. Alright, give me an IC housing. Let's see. I'm thinking I want more, maybe transformers. Yeah, I want like one more transformer here. So what I'm thinking is I just want to have a transformer. Let's make a circuit for these guys, since they're a power hog. Let's make sure we're not doing the area power control that controls our airlock and controls our plants. Let's separate that from everything else, basically. That's super quick and easy. It's just a transformer. That's going to make 1, 2, and we need a couple more out there as well. So let's make a few transformers and cook a little bit more iron. Should go right through. Give me some iron. Okay. Transformer goes out. Make more transformers. Let's do one like right here. That's gross. Yep. Yes, it is. I'm keeping it. Even if it's gross. Alright, and let's get a wire cutter out. Turn this all the way up. Okay. Power go in from our main line. The heavy watt wire. Okay. And then we'll come out and go to everything else, basically. Okay. So, let's separate this guy. So now this room is on its own circuit. These all turn off. Okay. Can just do a curved one. Grab this guy going this way, and that should all turn on. There we go. Good. So now this is just on a separate line. We're no longer draining power. If we ever run out of batteries, we'll still have power to run our airlock and to run our grow lights if we get those going. Okay. What else do we need? Some consoles. More iron. Give me a bunch of consoles. Needs copper too. Just flying through resources. Grow lights. We go into our airlock. We take off the suit. Eat the last bit of cake. R.I.P. cake. You were a great cake. Delicious. Alright. Where to put grow light? Probably like here. You guys can go this direction. I'm gonna save before this bugs out and hurts me again. That's, ugh. This is... It's getting a little clusterfucky. Okay. Grow light. Go here. Grow light. Need power. Alright. Grow light got power. Now we need our housing. Okay, I see chip can go in there. Plug the housing in. Okay. Alright, it's time for the easiest program we've ever written. Grab that, throw it in. Edit. Pause. Library. Let's grab the template file here just to get rid of all the stuff. There's no variables, basically. We're going to have time on, define time off. Okay. Don't need multiple functions here. Okay, so we've just got our main function. We're going to have variables for time on and time off. Let's take a look. We're looking to grow ferns. Ferns are... They want like gas and stuff. They get mad at pollutant and volatile, so we might need to look out for that. They need carbon dioxide. They eat carbon dioxide, and they convert it straight into oxygen. So if we get the count right here, I think it's something like 6 plants will counter our breathing, and then we'll just be like idle, more or less. We're producing as much carbon dioxide as we're using. And the only cost is water and adding a little bit of heat to the system plus some electricity. So that'll put us in a better spot where we don't have to worry about this room constantly filling up with CO2 and eventually suffocating us. What do they want? They want a grow pressure of at least 25 to work. Ideal grow pressure is 50. Max is 100. So we're already good there, barely. Light per day is 8 minutes. Darkness is 5 minutes. Okay. So time off, 5 minutes is what, 300 seconds? 8 minutes is 300, it's 5 minutes plus 3 more minutes, 1800 or 180, so 480, something like that. Did I get that right? Can I do basic math? Can anyone in the stream do basic math? Maybe. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, we need one more thing here. We need the hash for grow lights. Define lights is going to be equal to hash for our grow lights, which are structure grow light. Okay, so main, what we're going to do is we're going to say SB lights on 1. We're going to turn on our lights, and then we're going to just sleep for time on. And then we're going to say SB lights on 0 to turn the lights off. And then we're going to sleep for time off. We're going to call this grow lights. Okay, it's easy as that. So super, super simple function. Hard-coded values for time on, time off. We are going to, and then we've got our hash here for our grow lights. So got our main loop here. Main is going to set lights on, sleep for the time on. So it'll give it the ideal amount of time it's supposed to have lights. Turn the lights off, sleep for the time off to give it the rest that it needs in the darkness. And then it's going to jump to main and do it all over again. So it's just going to constantly be turning the lights on and off with the perfect amount of time for the ferns to be happy. Export that to put it in our chip, throw it in the wall. Let's go ahead and turn that on and see it work. The lights should turn on, no errors. Okay, that looks good. Turn that off, turn that off. Now we just need to plant some plants. Easy program. It's like 30 seconds. Pump to vacuum. And I said like 6 lights or 6 plants. This is the grow hydroponic tray. Need 6 of these. Okay, make me some things. We've got the plants already. We've got 3 fern seeds. Okay. And then we need to run the water. The water's already running in here, right? Yeah. So we just need to move that water. Easy. Am I typing too much? No, you're okay. I am happy to interact. People have just been quiet for hours. When I play Battlefield, I'm just quiet for hours. It's totally fine. Battlefield 6 is fun. I did a bunch of helicopters. They are fun. I'm excited for launch. It's coming soon. I do 2042. I play a bit of that game. I played a couple hours earlier. I might play a couple hours later. But that game is pretty fun, but it's also just like, I'm ready for next game. It's a little frustrating. It's a little imperfect. I would love to play next game. We'll see. But I do a couple hours that a day. And yeah, Battlefield 6 looks good. I'm excited for Battlefield 6. Okay, so we now have our planters. We need to plug them in. So we give water. And we can just run that right over to the line of water that we already have. Let's see, how are we going to make that connect? through the ceiling. Disgusting. Gross, but it'll work, so we're gonna do it. Alright, connect this to the water supply. Gonna go ahead and save just in case something goes horribly, horribly wrong. But this should be okay. I'd be surprised if we have any trouble. Then let's go ahead and turn this on. Turns the grow lights on, right? No? Maybe? Does it just like resume where it left off? I think that is what it is. I bet if I pull this out, put it back in, then it turns on. Yeah. Okay, Thurn is thriving towards fruiting. Good, so we plant all 3 of these. You give it a little bit of time, and then they will, they'll produce seeds so that we can have all 6 of these full. And yeah, we'll take a look at what happens with the levels of carbon dioxide and everything. Alright, I'm tempted to tweak this guy. This is our air scrubber, which has been collecting carbon dioxide. I'm going to save just in case this goes funny, but we can flip it. Turn this on a little bit and it unloads. Just thinking, let's add a little bit of carbon dioxide to this room. Pressure's a little higher now. And mostly I just want to make room for, I want to make room for a different filter. Instead of taking carbon dioxide, let's get a pollutant filter in there. Let's pull out all the bad gas to make sure that this room is looking good. We already got a pollutant filter. Perfect. Alright, so we put this in. Can turn this on. That's going to clear out the bad gases from the air. Oh, it's already done. Nice. Okay, so there's nothing in this room now except for CO2, oxygen, nitrogen. Let's turn that scrubber off now. And I'm tempted, actually, we could pull this out of the room. Maybe? I'm gonna save before it kills me again. Can you make... Come on. I know you can fit. If you kill me again, I'm gonna be sad. No? You're stuck? Okay, you live here. That's a big whatever, dude. I'm gonna let you live there. Alright. Progress. You still good? Moderately. I think it's a little chilly. That's what I'm guessing. Temperature's a little too cold. However, it'll be raising with time, and as long as they're not dying, I'm pretty okay with this. That's the key. Good. So now we've got some recycling of the carbon dioxide. We'll finish this off. Make sure that we are make sure that we're just not building up CO2. We should be bringing the CO2 level down, or we should ideally be just totally hovering. We can add a little bit more CO2 if we need. Yeah, all good. Okay.
Oxygen low.
Good. Progress. Oh, ads. Fucking ads, dude. You missed it. You missed it because of ads. It's working. Look. They're growing. It's growing and the air looks good. Okay. What are we doing? Where were we? What's happening? I was making consoles, then you got interrupted. Can you make more consoles? No, you need copper. Can we make more copper? Maybe. I think this still has iron in it, so let's make sure that gets cleared. Gonna pump out the cold air. Add some heat and make sure that it actually finished cooking all the iron just in case. No, you're good. It's done. Okay. Even just this teeny bit of copper. It's all we need, I think. That's a lie, actually. It's gonna make like one console. What about a memory dude? Give me the memory dudes. We need a few of those. You can make like 10. That's okay too. Alright. Oh, I forgot I was going to give you the oxygen thing. I'm actually, you just go. You're out of here. I love you. You're beautiful. You gave me exactly what I need to go by forever. Alright, let's keep crafting. Okay, so that, just like that. Okay, what do you need? I'm guessing steel plates. And a welder. Indeed. Steel sheets and a crowbar. Okay. Alright, there's all of that. Okay. You are missing the stellite sheets. Just filling in the walls here. Okay. Structure of the first chamber is done. It's tricky to like find the perfect pixel for making it work. There it is. There it is. Okay. Second chamber is nearly done, at least for the structure. Alright, how we doing over here? Oh! Nice. That's supposed to be happening. It's letting off the air now that it's reached the higher... Whee! It's letting off air now that it's reached the higher temperature. The day's coming. This is what you're supposed to do. Perfect. Okay. That's a fun effect. Looks like explosions, but it's not. It should empty down to 10. And then that should turn off. Nice. And you are good. You have 5,500 liters. Ooh, that's actually getting a little sketchy. If we put too much liquid in this, it's going to explode. And there's still like condensation that's happening. So there's still a good amount of liquid in there. I think I want to tweak this code very slightly. Let's do like 4,000 instead. Yeah, fuck it. If it explodes, it explodes. We'll see. Okay. Let's see. We need sensors and stuff. We need, I remember, we need copper. Let's grab some copper while we're out. Save just in case. Grab some copper. I pray that I don't get lavaed by the lava. Where is the lava? Everywhere. Lava. Oh, I remember we needed more of the silicon as well. Fill up a bag of copper. Good enough. Give me some silicon. It's getting close. It's about time to put a couple devices in it and then turn it on. I want to see this work. And then I want to eat food before I die. I need food. I've not eaten enough food. I've had a salad. That's all I've eaten today. I'm gonna add a nice soup. Salad and a soup. That's food. Alright. This thing's been just in the way for a while. I don't need you. You go to space. Whee! I love crockpots. I haven't crockpotted anything in a long time. But I do love crockpots. Alright, there's 10 of those. Can go there. Blech. A couple more. Too many. Let's get a... We need IC housings. Which requires copper. Which is why we farmed copper. Save just in case, but we should be able to just throw this straight through. Alright, that'll be 5 housings, which is the perfect amount. I think we're running low on solder. Do we have solder? We do. Solder go in. Okay, and the temperature's too low. It's not working anymore, so we will turn on the exhaust. Then add some heat. Alright, is that everything? You good? You pooped all the poop? Pooped all the poop. Silicon. Silicon go in. Silicon go in. Cold air go out. Hot air go in. Silicon gets hot. Silicon gets crafted. Silicon gets pooped. Beautiful. Oops, that needs to be on. Keep doing that. Alright. What did I even need this for? Here or something? I can't even remember. Just throw it around wildly. Alright, your crafting houses. Housings. Good. That's the last one. And then we're gonna need some IC chips. Okay. We have 2 consoles. That's enough for the first one. It'd probably be good to add another console or 2. How many is this gonna make? 8-ish? 7-ish? That's okay. You can make 7-ish. You need more gold. I'll make 7-ish. Alright, I'm gonna do suit things. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quickly and run some ads to prevent ads. Let's chill in here so the guy gets some shower time. Add a little bit more heat to the room. How you doing, plants? Thriving. My plants are thriving. Wow, amazing. Back in a second. Okay, here we go.
Hunger caution.
Hey, kitty, I love you. I'm not gonna feed you, dude. I forgot to eat. I should eat.
Oxygen low.
You're good. You got oxygen, guy. You're good. Don't worry, dude. Okay, that's all that. Another console or 2, maybe? Gold, copper. Copper. Gold. Are you done? Off. Just want a couple of these. Actually, you can make a bunch. That's pretty okay. Oh, these should just be... These don't need to have any sort of programming associated with them in IC code. They could just be the chips. These are the Atmo chips. What is it? Where's the chip? What's it called? Gas display. Copper. That makes sense. Okay, give me like 2 of these. We'll call that good. Alright. That go there, that go there. Probably got a few too many of these. Okay. Alright, so just setting up these consoles. We're gonna have a housing. Something like that's okay. Straight in the walls, fine. That's too many consoles, that's okay. Alright, this guy is going to have a chip. We need more of the reinforced walls. Should just make a few of those. We need like 4, we need a bunch. Let's make those right now. Just get them crafting. Head right back out. Reinforced wall. Needs the astroloy? Astroloy? Oh. Oh, I don't even have astroloy right now, do I? I thought you were stellite. Okay, that's the thing I need to farm. We can let that be for now. Get these all hooked into the same circuit. Okay. They're all plugged in now. What else do we need? We are going to need the various devices here. Okay, so sensor time. Where's my sensors? Do I not have sensors on me? I thought I had sensors on me. What else could we do? How about the liquid? Let's take a look at the drains. Alright, we've got active outlet and then passive inlet. Okay. So we'll say the inlet is... I forget if it's here or here. If I remember right, it'll like break here and not work here. Something like that. Needs to be like the perfect spot. We'll have our liquid will collect here and fill up this chamber. And then we'll have this guy. I would love to put it lower, but I'm pretty sure it just breaks. We could try putting it lower. In fact, I think I will do that. I want to see what happens if we put it lower. I'm guessing problems. Yeah. I want to try it lower. I want to see what happens. Let's see if it takes damage and snaps or what. Theoretically, I would want to put it like the very bottom. And then even check to see if the liquid is down here, basically. Let's put it like right there. Let's have a little bit of liquid in this room before it starts pumping into the next one. That's the idea. Okay, and then we're going to drill wrench. We're going to wrench this guy to pull it apart. Alright. So that is our inlet, where we're going to be pulling liquid from here and moving it into there. And then we need an outlet, where the liquid will be dumped into this room. So we do that like here is probably okay. A little higher. Just a little bit higher. Alright. Give it some pipes. That goes that way. This one goes up and over into the next room. Okay. Alright. So now we have our supply enters this room when we turn on that outlet, which needs power. Okay. Alright, so those guys are connected. Now we need sensors, and then we need a big vent. Big vent go here. Let's do the large vent, like this. Pretty much be anywhere, doesn't particularly matter. This seems good. We'll do this. This guy gets plugged in. Okay. Remember, it needs to be welded and stuff. What do you need? Screwdrivers, electronic parts, plastic. Plastic and welding torch. Direction is outward. Okay. Just thinking this might be, this end is like the only end where we actually don't care about the maximum outward pressure. It's totally fine if this is gonna press to condensation. High pressure and condensation here don't matter. This is the one spot we don't really care. Might want to do some special code there, maybe. Alright, I'm gonna paint you. You are going to be yellow. Okay, so here's our like final output of air. This is the air that we want to return to the outside world, basically. Okay. So for that, we can do a couple things. One, let's do a few of the passive outlets. 3 or 4. Need a wrench. Where's my wrench? I can't really see what's going on here. Let's work on that. There it is. Okay. So this is just a passive one. Heading out this way, good. Okay, so these guys can exhaust this direction. Did I do 4? 4 is fine. And then we want to do a drain on this as well. There. So that if there's any... that's not the right direction. Here it is. Is that right? Can't even tell. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Do a few drains. So this guy's pumping out. This is our exhaust, basically. It's going to pump out into this area. It's going to have a little drain here. So if there's any condensation in the pipes, then that'll just get squirted out the side. And that's going to be hopefully the only spot that has any sort of condensation. We don't care about condensation here, because whatever heat is added is going into the outside atmosphere, which is not our problem. That is an infinite dump. No problem there whatsoever. Okay. Alright, so we got our vent. That is the exhaust. We've got our liquid input. That is our input. Last thing we need here is we're going to want some sensors. And then I think we can turn on the first room and see if this is working. See what we can see. Goodbye, dude. Thank you for saying hello. I'll probably do some helicopters later. I was thinking I'm going to take a break and do helicopters soon. But not quite right now. Fill up backpack. Look for sensors. Sensor. Give me some of those. That's going to make like 10. I bet we can make those disappear fast. We're going to need at least 2, I believe. All right. And then where do we want to... Basically, we want to put the sensors wherever we're looking to fill to. So let's say if we're going to drain from here, then we want the liquid to be maybe all the way up to here before that drain turns on. So let's say gas sensor here. This is going to be labeled as last gas sensor. Okay. And then this one is going to be right here is good. So we're looking to fill up to this point, right at the base of our walls. And this one is just labeled gas sensor. Don't need to do anything to it. Okay, so now we have our gas sensors. And this one is actually going to go up and into the other room. This doesn't go into this room. This goes into that room. Alright. Let's get the memory chip out. Hash gen. Hash gen. What's a hash gen? Mystery. Alright, so here's our memory chip. This is where we're setting what do we want the value to be for the max pressure. We were going to start with 5,800, 5,700 maybe, something like that. So we're looking for just below the pressure where it's going to be condensing, more or less. So this is going to be very hot, but still liquid, is the idea. Not getting much cooling going at all for this first room. This needs to be plugged in, along with this guy. Okay, and those are already all plugged in. Good. Okay, so now we have our memory. We have our... we've got every piece of the puzzle here, more or less, I think. It's about time to turn on the first room. Turn this up, give it as much power as it needs. Should be not working. Should need some, oh, this is at 0. Yeah, that is gonna work because it hasn't been programmed whatsoever. So we're gonna throw this guy in, we're going to edit, we're going to load the script that we wrote for the pollution chamber. Confirm. Export. Put that there, should break immediately, as expected. Needs to have the screwdriver, line this guy up. What's our gas sensor going to be? Gas sensor is gas sensor, last gas sensor. We're actually not going to have a last gas sensor for this one. The liquid out is going to be the liquid out. Good. Target pressure is the logic memory. And then we don't want to do the temp console or the pressure console, I think. Let's change that real quick. Just say edit. We're going to pause. We're going to delete these. We're just going to manually handle those. Let's see. Temp and pressure. Are those needed for stuff? We don't need these. Temp and pressure, go. Let's change these. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Make the registers go down logically. Okay. We're good here. Export that. Let's edit it. Let's save this. This is the pollution chamber overwrite. And I think this very first chamber is not going to have the last gas sensor. Yeah. It doesn't need that at all. It can just turn on whenever. So let's comment this out just for here. And then we're looking for... we're looking for a change here as well. So we don't have the last ratio. This is just going to be true. So it's just this. It's just if we don't have enough liquid pollutants in the room yet. We're gonna turn that on. Okay. And then we can do some programming on these guys, or wire them up. So we're gonna say this one's temperature. It is going to be from gas sensor. So it'll tell us the temperature in there. This one will be pressure from, again, gas sensor. Okay, so we've got the pressure, we've got the temperature. All right. Close that. Is that it? Save. Turn it on. Immediate bugs, line 38. Not surprising. Pause, 38. Fencer on, V pressure, less than target pressure. Okay, so we do need the pressure. That's my bad. Load V, pressure is going to be D, gas sensor, pressure. Yeah. And we need to add that variable back. Alias V, pressure is R10. Confirm. Export. That goes there. That turns on. Okay, temp's immediately falling. And pressure is going up. Okay, so currently we have the liquid pollutant is getting pumped in. We can see this vent is on. You can see it evaporating and even see the liquid pollution gathering there. And it's gonna have to fill this chamber up quite a bit. So while this is evaporating heavily, that temperature goes down a bit and the pressure is pretty low. Got a lot of evaporating to do. Alright, seems good so far. We still see this first chamber fill up a bit. Does it have its own language, VBA? This is just MIPS code. This is just normal assembly code. Okay. So, I mean, I'm not convinced it's working yet. We're making progress. This is getting closer. We're pumping all the liquid into here, and it's filling the chamber. It's evaporating, cooling off. It's getting really cold. Ooh, look at that. That's nice. We have a lot of filling to do here. Okay, I think this is a good pause point. This is a lot of progress for the day. I'm getting pretty tired of this. I need to take a break and do something else. I think it's about helicopter time. Helicopter time and food time. Food time for me, food time for Kitty. But I think this is good. So the first chamber looks like it's filling more or less. We need to see that it goes to the correct pressure, and then that the fan turns on correctly, and that that's all working as expected. Temperature's really low, but once it fills up a bit and stops having so much room for evaporation, we'll see, and once the air pressure builds up, we should see this start to reach that target point of 5800 I put in the memory. And then the correct temperature, which will probably be like 140 or something like that. So it's going to be a lot warmer, but this is just that first chamber. Now we can basically copy paste this 5 times, each time dropping that target pressure, and then the pollution will come in. It will fill up this pool, get pumped over one room, pumped over one room, pumped over one room, pumped over one room, and all of the gases, when the pressure's too high, will move left, transferring their heat. The super cold gas will get a little warmer, a little warmer, a little warmer, a little warmer, get dumped into space. And then we should be able to have a cooling system, more or less. The last bit being taking that nitrogen pipeline and attaching it to a heat exchanger down in there, in that final chamber. And that should lock our nitrogen down at like -60. This is good to see though. Look at that. I've never seen temperatures this cold on this planet. At least for this save. We're below 100. That's crazy. Water wouldn't even boil in here right now. That's fucking wild. Okay, but we're gonna need to give this some time and then do some expansions. So this is a good place to stop. Next session I will finish this part up. Finish this guy. Finish the cooling station. And then that's huge for us. We can start to expand more. We can start making our own water. We can not be worried about any sort of temperature issues or going out during the night, during the day. Temperature doesn't matter anymore. That'll be a big upgrade. Seems good. Let me check on the plants. Manage the suit. And then I think it's time to switch games. Time for something else. How are you doing, plants? Plants are thriving. Plants are killing it. Okay, this is good. That's good progress. I'm excited to see that get done and for us to be in a much better spot here. We can start progressing towards the end game a little bit more, or at least progressing towards sustainability. Not be in a spot where we're constantly fighting timers for what's going to kill us next, more or less. Okay, seems good.